Oh, let's call this meeting to order. This is the Flagler Beach City Commission meeting as the Community Redevelopment Agency. Today's Thursday, March 26th. The time is 4:30 p.m. Mayor, if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, while everybody's getting settled, if you could take a minute to look at your cell phone and make sure it is on silent vibrate or turned off, please. We'll go right to consent agenda. This is minutes of December 11th, 2025. Does everybody have them or any questions or discussion?
I'll make a motion that we approve consent agenda from December 11th, 2025.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. That approves unanimous. And we'll open this up for public comment. Citizens are encouraged to speak, however, comments should be limited to 3 minutes. And we're not really locked in. There's not enough people here for 30-minute time period. You have up 3 minutes to address the chair. Please start with your name and address for the record.
Rick Belgium of Flagler Beach. I guess I'm going to start out with a question, and that is the Fifth Street parking lot completed? If so, it's a very sloppy job that's been done there. Half the stone is not buried in the pavers like they're supposed to be. Also, they're using the wrong aggregate. It's too big a stone. If you look at the original pavers around town, they're all very tiny stones. So that when they go in those holes, they actually fill the space and compact in there real good. So it actually strengthens the pavers. Whereas when you have ones that are too big and they're jagged and they're protruding above the surface and you run over them, then it pushes down and spreads out. It's going to bust all the pavers up. Also, the second, they put up a new light for the parking lot, but the other one that's there doesn't work. And for whatever reason, the handicap spot was not done to specs. It should have been made larger. It's kind of like when you renovate a home, once you go beyond a certain point, then you have to meet the new standards. Now, I would think that if this had been done properly and had a permit like it was supposed to and everything else, that may have been captured before this. But I don't know if it's done, but I'd be interested to know. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else for public comment? All right, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. City manager, a couple good questions were raised there, and if you could respond to that.
I'll have to check to see with the project manager what the status of the completion of that lot is, if it's not officially closed out. So I'll get back to you.
I did notice the aggregate was a different size than even the other lots that were done. Is it the same contractor or is it a different contractor?
I believe it's the same contractor, but again, I'll get that confirmed as well as the specs that were put out for that contractor.
Okay. Did you just want to send out an email with those things? Okay. Are you all okay with that?
Yeah.
All right. All right, perfect. Move on, general business. First item, CRA small grant application. This is for 404 South Ocean Shore Boulevard. And do we have our applicant? All right, Mr. Tan, if you can come on up, introduce yourself. And CRA director, if you can just take us through this and see if we got any questions.
Absolutely, and this is one of 5 that we will be reviewing tonight. The owner, Mr. Tant, is here, located here at 404 South Ocean Shore Boulevard. The previous awarded grant was the owner of this property. Due to circumstances, the owner requested withdrawal of that award. But with the tenant, the new tenant that is moving in and starting a new business and operating there at 404 South Ocean Shore, they are interested in applying for this grant. So the grant is to it's proposed improvements to the front exterior of the property, cleaning up the existing vegetation, constructing a border wall to define and enclose the courtyard area. And the applicant has had 2 contractors to complete the work. All of the required supporting documentation is in the packet. And the city planner, building, and engineering departments has approved the submitted plans. The project cost is estimated of $12,000, and what we are looking at is a reimbursement to not exceed $5,000.
Any questions for the CRA director before we go to Mr. Tant? All right. Before we hit you with some questions, Mr. Tant, did you have anything you wanted to share with us for consideration?
No, I'm just really excited for the opportunity, and I think I really appreciate. I learned about the grant, and I thought it would be a great way to be able to, add sort of the aesthetic qualities in front of that store. It's so iconic, so much historical value in that building. As far as the surf community goes, it's a very important building too, and so we just want to be able to make that front space more usable, and add to the beauty of the front of the shop. So.
All right, good info. Questions for the applicant? Couple things. I noticed that there was other work in this application, and there's also a large business grant, or a large grant, I should say, available. So I guess one of the concerns I had is, let's say the applicant wanted the large grant. If they do this small grant, they're going to disqualify themselves for the large one, are they not?
That's correct.
So something to consider, because I saw that there is either desired future work possibly.
Yeah.
There is another grant, a large grant you can get. So it's just keep in mind, if you do this small one, you will potentially lose the larger one, when you would qualify for the large one based off of what I was seeing in the plan here.
I appreciate you bringing that to my attention.
The other thing that I had a question about, and I guess this would be for you, is if the applicant, they have multiple quotes in here. So if the applicant has to pivot or something and go with a different contractor, one of the other bids that's in here, how does that work?
I'll take your direction on that. It hasn't been brought up in any of the other grants that I've done. The grant application states that, it's no more than $5,000 for the small grant. One consideration, if he does withdraw the small grant application and goes with the large grant application, depending on the outcome of the other 4 grants that we're proposing tonight, we might just not have that money in the budget for this fiscal year.
Yeah, okay.
Because we've already exhausted one large.
Yeah, I don't, just to say, I don't have any plans to use the large grant.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Got it. I just saw other work there, and
yeah, no, it was a bit aspirational on our end.
Okay. Understandable.
Chair, to your question on if they had to pivot during project, because they're already at the maximum of the grant, it wouldn't make a difference to the grant because they're already at the maximum of the grant allows.
This wouldn't lock them into any particular contractor.
Doesn't lock them into the contractor as long as they perform the work.
Got it. Yeah. Good info. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Santori?
I guess I have a general question. So if he takes a small grant, is there a time period before he's allowed to apply for the larger grant if he wishes to do so?
Currently, it would be the next fiscal year.
Okay. Is it a year, or is it 2 years, or?
It's considered the fiscal cycle.
Okay. All right. Any questions for the applicant while he's up there? All right. Thank you, Mr. Tant.
Thank you.
All right. Any discussion? Look for a motion.
Motion to approve this grant.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Let's open this up, public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Drew, are we going to roll call these, or are these just simple?
Roll call.
All right, and if you call the roll.
Commissioner Santori,
Yes to motion?
Commissioner Spradley,
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Chair Cooley.
Yes to the motion. Motion passes unanimous. Congratulations. All right, next item is small grant application for 205 South 6th Street. CRA Director, if you could intro that.
Absolutely. And Miss Drake is here today. She is the property owner of 205 South 6th Street. The proposal is for exterior improvement to her property, removal and disposal of an existing 30-year fence, wooden fence, and replace it with a new white vinyl privacy fence. Ms. Drake has all the supporting documentation that she's provided, and the application was reviewed by the city planner, building, and engineering departments and approved by them. The estimated project cost is approximately $2,500, I apologize. The applicant is requesting the reimbursement amount of $1,500, but not to exceed $5,000.
All right, and questions for the CRA Director while we are chatting with her? All right. Applicant, anything you'd like to share with us?
Yeah, I'm Randy Smith, 610 South Central Avenue. I'm kind of overseeing this for them and representing Johnny, who could not attend here today. It's a fence shared by two properties. The fence was installed 30 years ago, and it's been through numerous hurricanes, and we've repaired it as much as we can. So it's time to replace it. And we thought this would be a good thing to do and take advantage of the CRA grant. So, and that's it.
All right,
Really.
thank you. Any questions for the applicant while they're up?
Yes, so I noticed on the quote that you did not include the self-closing stainless steel hinges. Are there other stainless steel hardware that will be on this since it's
Well,
property?
there is no gate. It's actually just a screen fence that goes across two properties.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for the applicant while they're up? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so further discussion on this item. The only question that I had was, and I guess, CRA Director, I'll need your kind of input on this. This fence does not appear, at least in the pictures, to be visible from the street, unless I'm just not seeing it from the right angle. I believe, isn't the requirements for this to be something that is visible from the street for improvements?
Yes, and it is visible from the street. I've looked myself.
Okay.
I've reviewed that.
It's hard to tell from this. All right, so if it is visible, then that's good. Any other discussion?
No.
All right, look for motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve a CRA small grant for application for 205 South 6th Street.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. We'll open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? All right, seeing no one, close public comment. Penny, if you call the roll, please.
Commissioner Spradley,
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Santori,
Yes to motion?
Chair Cooley.
Yes, the motion. Motion passes unanimous. Move on to CRA small grant application for 208 South 7th Street. CRA Director.
Okay, as Mr. Smith had just come to the podium to explain that he is representing Mr. Bush, who is not able to make it here tonight, I do have authorization letter in your packet for him to speak on his behalf. 208 South 7th Street is the property behind Mrs. Drake's, and they are requesting the application or the small grant to be approved for their part of the wooden fence, 30-year fence. They want to replace it with the new white vinyl All the application is complete. All the supporting documentation has been reviewed by the city's planning, building, and engineering departments. The total project cost is estimated at $2,500, and the applicant is requesting an amount of $1,500 not to exceed $5,000.
All right, thank you. Questions for the CRA director? All right, applicant is not here, so we don't.
Mr. Smith is here on his behalf.
Okay. And questions?
Exactly the same thing as I just said, but it's behind the property.
Got it.
Yeah.
And I guess while you're up there, the question that I had is about the pictures. I'm trying to understand, so we have the same set of pictures for this application as we had for the other. Is there a way to know which pictures are for which property, or how does that work?
Nancy called me, informed me that she needed some additional documentation, so I went and got pictures for her for 7th Street to separate it from the 6th Street pictures. So there should be all the pictures in there you need now.
Okay, is that something that you have, the other set of pictures, or, okay. Got it. It's just confusing about which property these apply to versus which, you know.
That was my original fault, because I took the pictures and submitted the packet and grabbed the wrong one, so.
Okay.
We got you the other ones that show the other side.
All right, any other questions for Mayor?
Just so I can understand, the two segments meet up, is that
Yes.
just behind two different properties?
Yeah.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Smith, right?
Yes.
Okay. No questions, Sherman. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And further discussion?
I just have
Mayor.
a quick question. Ms. Ryan, is this not a 50% match grant?
For those that are in it's a sliding scale. For this amount, it would be 60% of the total
Okay.
cost of the project, not to exceed 5,000, because it is the small grant, which is up to 5,000, and then the large grant's up to 15,000.
Okay, so it's not a 50-50.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
If it was a little bit more
Okay.
for
Thank
the
you.
project cost.
All right, further discussion? No? Look for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve CRA small grant application for 211 South 3rd Street.
We have a motion and a second. We'll open this up, public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Penny, if you call the roll, please.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Santori?
Yes to motion?
Commissioner Spradley?
Yes to the motion.
Chair Cooley?
Yes, the motion. Motion passes unanimous. Item D, small grant application for
What's
two.
the motion, the address, what's the motion, what was the address in the motion? 208.
We're good? Okay. Next item, small grant application for
Oh, sorry,
211.
Mr. President. I did say 211 in the motion. Is that incorrect?
Penny captured 208.
Yeah, that's why, because we're on.
Do we need to do an
now.
amended motion, or?
The intent was 208, that was the agenda item, which is why Penny captured the agenda item, but is that correct? The intent was 208?
Yes, the intent was 208.
Record's clean.
And is that for second too? You're good?
Yes,
Okay.
second, also.
All right. And we'll move on to small grant application for the real 211 South 3rd Street. CRA Director.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Klein, the property owner, is here with us this evening. It is located in the CRA district. She has proposed exterior improvement consisting of the removal and disposal of the existing chain link fence that is on the west side of her property, and the removal and existing wood fence on the north and south sides of her property, replacing it with a white vinyl fence. The applicant has provided all required supporting documentation, and the application and proposed improvements have been reviewed and approved by the city planner, building, and engineering departments. The project cost is estimated at $2,100, and the applicant is requesting the amount of about $1,300, not to exceed $5,000.
All right, thank you. Questions for the CRA Director? Mayor?
I'm not sure if Casey can answer, Ms. Ryan can answer. On the north side of the property, it's currently been used as tenant parking. Shifting that fence out to almost to the sidewalk, does that mean the parking is going to shift around into the parking lot and there won't be parking on the sidewalk there any longer?
When I walk the space with the applicant, the parking is going to be remaining. It will be on the west side of the parking area, the existing parking area is where the fence is located. So exactly where the fence is in existence now that's dilapidated, that will be replaced by the new fence.
Okay. On this diagram, page 49 of 70, the wood fence has a cutout going back in, and half the time those cars are parked on the sidewalk to begin with, but this shows the exterior vinyl fence going all the way to the edge of the building, which doesn't leave enough space for parking there.
Ms.
Yeah, the
Klein,
fence
do you want
line
to come up
changed.
there and?
Page 49.
So,
Ms. Klein, just state your name and address for the record.
Klein to 11 South 3rd Street. So, my property on the west side, I have a chain link fence. The neighboring property has a wooden fence. So to put a new fence there, which is not going to obstruct any parking or change anything, is going to be in the existing space. So the chain link will come down so that the new vinyl can go up. And then on the south side, there is an existing fence that comes across, and then it juts back to where there is a gate, and then it proceeds to the building. We're simply going to have it come all the way straight across. The parking stays the same. It's simply that the gate is out closer to the road. And then in the back of the property, which is the south side, there is an existing wooden fence that abuts a concrete block wall. And then it goes back, and then it used to abut a new fence that's kind of behind the building, but it's all falling down. And that is visible from the parking lot, so technically it would still qualify. Does that explain?
Well, it's
You got to make sure for 211,
But
not
it is referencing the
to
north
the
side.
north side.
Yeah.
It's where the two cars usually park. I walk that street every day, going between the post office, and the two cars that park on the surfboard shop end of the building, the north side of the building, but on the back of that building.
Oh, no, that stays.
Okay, well, the fence is coming out equal to the building, so that space goes away.
And once again, I'm not sure what you're seeing. There is no change in parking.
CRA Director, can you show, the applicant, page 49? It does show two different fence lines.
Right.
Mr.
What's
Chairman,
she
what
talking
she's
about?
looking about is, this sign here, you're showing a parking spot that comes all the way up, and even on this page right here.
No, that's not parking. That may have been like 50 years ago. This is an old survey. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Then on
So-
page 49, it's showing that little cutout, which the
Yes.
mayor says is,
No, that's not
Confusing.
parking. That's
this
not
is now
parking.
the fence. So that,
Yes.
I think that's the mayor's concern.
That's not parking.
Okay, well, cars park there.
No, no, no. If you go back and look, you'll see there's a step up. And then there's a walkway that goes to the gate.
Okay.
Cars do not park there.
You can actually see a picture of that on page 52. It's in the top right corner, I believe, is what we're looking at.
Yeah.
This is, that shows the gate, but you see there's elevated stairs or something right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the space.
And, so if the fence was to go straight across, just based off of what I'm seeing in this picture, it would be okay, correct?
Well, half the time they're on the sidewalk there.
They're on the pavers?
It's
They're on the
I'm right.
sidewalk.
Those 2 blocks will stay in front. There's no parking to that gate.
Oh,
Show the applicant right here,
yes.
because the block right here, the fencing is gonna be behind them. So it's not as easy to get up.
So it's not coming out like this shows it.
Okay, show her this one. So this right here
Okay.
goes straight across.
You know, this
Okay.
is so close, we
No
could almost
coming out.
walk over there.
I know.
This is what she's saying, that, see that line right there? It
Mhm.
says that the vinyl fence
And
will
there's
go
cars
all the way
parked there all the
to
time.
Yeah.
Most of the time on the sidewalk.
People don't
My
park
problem
there.
with it.
If you look at that picture, it's a step up and there's blocks. No parking.
Is that parking?
So when I pointed out this right here, she said that's correct, that this is gonna be the vinyl, spot that
Okay.
people do park, but it's not gonna be up here because.
You're now.
That'll go straight across there.
It's okay.
But these people that park here half the time are on the sidewalk to begin with.
So she's proposing that it's gonna be this line.
The fence line back here, not where they have it here.
Well, this is the existing wood, and then this is going to be the,
So it's coming out farther, so.
No,
that's
it's
good
coming
parking.
to the existing fence line that's closer to the road. Not where the gate is, just a straight line, straight across where the existing fence is.
I still have parking concerns there.
Okay, I would love to visit with you. There is no cars parking there. Like I said, it's a
Okay.
step up, and I personally put the blocks there. There have never been cars parking that close to the gate.
Okay.
Because there's actually an entry to the store, there's a door there.
Yeah.
So there have never been cars parking there.
Okay. Well, okay.
Yeah,
That's a
and,
separate issue.
yeah, right. So the parking can get addressed separately from the
Separately.
fence. I think they might have a little to do with each other, but they're not really directly
Not
related.
directly
right?
related.
So wherever the fence goes would be a separate issue from where the cars go.
Yeah, the parking does not change at all.
Okay. All right, so any questions for the CRA director from up here? Because we're partially ironed out. Mr. Santori?
Is a more recent survey required for this or no?
not that I'm aware of. It was reviewed by our city planner.
Fences, don't they require surveys? Recent surveys?
I think an aerial, picture speaks 1,000 words.
And
Perhaps
CRA
during the
director, you might want
permitting.
to check that.
Probably perhaps during the permitting and the actual start of the project, there might be.
Right. For my business, I had to do a fence repair and we had to get a survey, under the previous CRA director. So if we could just check that and make sure that we're squared up. And this applies, this is for all applicants, just make sure we're following what we're supposed to.
Absolutely.
All right, so Ms. Klein, do you have anything else you want to share with us?
Well, no, I've lived here for quite a long time, and I was here when CRA was first started, so I understand completely. I was on the original advisory board, and this does fall within the parameters because it does improve the way a building or property looks. So I hope to be approved. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant while she's up? No? All right, thank you, Mrs. Klein.
Thank you.
All right, further discussion? Look for motion.
Motion to approve CRA small grant application relating to 211 South 3rd Street.
Second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'll open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? Sir, did you have anything for us that you wanted to share?
I'm the neighbor next door.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So you'll be coming up then?
Yes.
All right. Anybody for public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. And Penny, if you'd call the roll.
Commissioner Santori,
Yes to motion?
Commissioner Spradley,
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Chair Cooley,
Yes, the motion. Motion passes unanimous. Now we'll move on to small grant application for 215 South 3rd Street. And CRA Director.
Right, this is the fifth application for this evening. The property owner is here, Mr. Libretti, located at 215 South 3rd Street, as you mentioned, in the CRA district. He is applying for the exterior improvement with a dilapidated fence that he would like to remove from his property and replace with a white vinyl privacy fence. It's along the east side of his property. The applicant has provided the supporting documentations, and the application and proposed improvements have been reviewed and approved by the city planner, engineering, and building departments. The estimated cost is $2,400, and the applicant is requesting the amount of $1,500, not to exceed $5,000 for this project.
All right, questions for the CRA director? All right, we'll go to the applicant. Applicant, if you could just share with us anything we need to know for this.
Well, we're replacing an old wooden fence that's falling down with a white fence. Not much more than that. So, yeah.
Yep. And any questions for the applicant on this item? Mr. Spradley?
Not a question, but just a comment. I
Mhm.
think the word dilapidated is perfect based on the photograph that I'm seeing.
Yeah.
That would be a welcome improvement to the
In fact, that piece that's missing flew off, and I, at one point, so they let me know, you got to come go get that. And I said, well, yeah, we want to get this new fence done, so that's how this all come together. So.
It actually looks better without it there.
Yeah, it looks pretty bad.
All right, questions for the applicant? All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Look for motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve small grant application for 215 South 3rd Street.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'll open this up public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Penny, if you call the roll, please.
Commissioner Spradley?
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Santori?
Yes to motion?
Chair Cooley?
Yes, the motion. Motion passes unanimous. We'll move on to 7A, which is the wayfinding program. CRA director.
Okay, just wanted to let you know that we are revisiting the wayfinding program, moving forward with this, and we'll be working alongside with the CRA board, the CRA advisory board, as well as the city staff, and we'll get back to you on that.
Any questions or comments about this item?
I just had a quick question. So that's I was reading through that, and you guys are looking to replace this with like QR codes instead. Is that correct?
It could be on the post,
Okay.
as well as the individual blades belonging to the individual businesses.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I look forward to more information on this after it's gone to the CRA advisory board.
Great, will do.
I guess my only concern is, this, when programs, when folks lose interest in programs and then they tend to fall by the wayside and don't get maintained, to me, it's usually a good sign to not resurrect it. But I'm interested in hearing what they have to say about it. I think it's nice on the surface, but I think we also need to be very practical and realistic about, does this have true benefit? Is it going to be maintained? And, stuff like that. But we'll wait until that gets further along. All right, so nothing else on the wayfinding program. We can move to 7B, which is farmers market. And is that you also?
Yeah,
Okay.
it will be. The organizers with the farmers market has approached city staff and requesting that they lengthen the hours of the farmers market for the 2 weekends to partner with 2 of the existing special events that will be here in the city. Jimmy is here this evening at the podium. If you have any questions on it.
Jim Kelling, 1009 North Daytona Avenue, and I run the farmers market for Flagler Strong, and we're asking for an extension just on the one date, on April 11th, these are 2 opportunities for the farmers market to partner with Turtle, the Turtle Patrol, as well as the Autism Awareness event from Cedar Bridge. On the April 11th occasion with Turtle Fest, we propose that we keep the market on 2nd Street that day and extend to match the hours of Turtle Fest The objective is to open up foot traffic between the two events, and vendors will exist in both events during that week. Normally, we're off the street by 2 o'clock. We'll be off the street by 5 o'clock. On the 25th, we're not looking for extended hours, but we will partner with the autism organization from Cedar Bridge and do the same kind of thing where we open foot traffic between the two events. And we'll do the vendors for that. For Cedar Bridge, we're going to do the vendors mostly for be managed by us instead of them having to do that. The other thing that's of note here is that we will be donating the vendor fees for these events to the organizations. So it's from my point of view, it's marrying two things together as a good opportunity and making the events a little bit more tied together.
All right. I appreciate that. Discussion.
I just had a couple of questions. I kind of briefly talked to the city manager about this and just looking at the impacts of how it's going to impact our local businesses with closing 2nd Street from, till 5 o'clock. I know we've been dealing with right here outside our door with the road being closed for several months and just had a little bit of, a little concern about that. And I thought maybe we would use, with these types of events, we would use Mr. Sinelli's parking lot for these things. And but then another part of me says, well, this could potentially also be maybe a safety hazard with traffic coming down 2nd here, and people are maybe going between the farmers market and one of these events at Veterans Park. So I'm kind of conflicted here. I would like to hear what maybe some of the others have to weigh in on that, but that's just kind of just a little bit of a concern I had with this.
Okay. Mr. Santor?
I mean, the only concern I have is the 5 o'clock hard stop, just because that's when the dinner crowd starts rolling in on a weekend. So as long as that's met, I mean, I'm definitely in favor of, with the donating the donor fees. I think that's a stand up of you, and thank you.
And also just pertinent to what you're asking about, Mr. Sherman.
Is your mic on? Is the green light
Sorry.
on?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Sorry, I just was leaning back. Anthony is allowing the use of his parking lot for the parking for both of these events as well. So there's at no cost to the people on the events. So that whole space will get used for parking and the street for the event.
All right, further discussion or thoughts?
No, I would just echo what's been said about the concern for a hard stop at 5 o'clock, because that is, if not sooner than that, that's when the dinner crowd will begin rolling in.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thoughts I have. I worry that we as a city are getting overzealous on closing streets and roads. Contrary to what seems to be presented in here, the people who live there and have businesses there do not like it, because I hear about it. And this is a general comment that applies across the board. It's not just the farmers market. It just seems like there's a lot of things that come up where we're closing roads in this immediate vicinity. And we do it a lot. And I am of the mentality that if we can have the streets open for an event the size of First Friday, then we can have the streets open for other events. It just doesn't make any sense to me why we are inhibiting folks to use the streets, in lieu of events that can be very well done, not in the street. This is just my thoughts. There's a model for the farmers market that was agreed on a while back of if there's an event, then the farmers market sets up one way. If there's not an event, they set up another way. And of course, I wasn't at the meeting. I missed that meeting. I had a death in the family, but I'm not a fan of closing any street for any reason unless it's, very, very significant. I just think that our citizens deserve better. You're inconveniencing a lot to benefit a little, and that's just on street closures in general. But if I had any say in it, which I have a little bit, I have one vote. I would say we keep the street open. I'm fine with the extended hours. It would not make any sense for the farmers market to shut down in the middle of Turtle Fest. That doesn't make any sense. But you're gonna have a lot of people in that area, and I worry about closing the roads. It's something that's always bothered me, and this applies as a general thought. I didn't know if y'all had any thoughts on any of that.
I mean, I agree. I share the concern about the closing of streets as a general principle. It so happens that, and then I had concerns about when the farmers market moved from Wickline to over here. But I go there every Saturday, and I think it's a real big success. It is a very limited road closure. With on one side of the street, once you turn onto it a little bit, you're to the city, which is the city, this building right here, and there's really not much activity there for that day. So I agree with the comment generally, and I think we should keep an eye on it. But I support the application that is before us today. Thanks.
Okay, so other thoughts? Commissioner Spradley is for this. Do we have any other conversation? Mayor?
My question goes back to the comment you made when there was to be an event in Veterans Park that coincided with the farmers market. Wasn't the farmers market to shift into Mr. Sinelli's lot in totality so the street would remain open?
Yeah, that was the two different model
Right.
thing that I referenced.
Correct, and that's why I'm here today, is because of these events, they both have vendors in them. We're proposing to partner the events. That's why we're asking to stay on the road for this event rather than shift into the parking lot. The other impact of moving into the parking lot would be elimination of the parking that's being offered for the event. The people can still park over in the other half of the parking lot where we're not. And so you would eliminate that parking spaces as well.
But we'd open up the parking on South Second.
Correct, but
So
it's not the
kind of wash. Sorry, not trying to be argumentative.
I'm not either, so,
All right, further discussion?
I mean, the unfortunate part is there's confusion when we can use Mr. Sinelli's lot and when we can't, I would say. But I'm still in favor of this to give it a shot. I'm new up here, I haven't received any complaints from the businesses closing. Obviously, you're more in touch with that community. I mean, would it be possible for these events, if there was room in Veterans Park, to move the farmers market to Veterans Park, or is that out of the question?
That's a whole nother discussion. That would be rewriting the entire farmers market agreement. But for now, as far as the two exceptions, what I'm hearing is basically like more or less we're in favor for it, because we need to take a position on it. For or against?
Be okay with it for, yeah, I'll be okay with it.
All right, let's do this. We've heard from everybody. We had discussion. Let's look for a motion.
Well, before that, I mean, there's two events we're proposing on two different dates. We want to try this on one event and see how it goes, or is there not another meeting between them?
There would not be another CRA meeting. These are both in April.
and to be clear, the event on the 25th would not be extended. It'll be the normal market hours, but it would remain on the street so that we can partner foot traffic between the two.
Okay. All right, so what is the pleasure of this board?
Make a motion to approve the event, or the two events as applied for, or the two exceptions.
As presented.
As presented.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Let's hear from the public. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? If you could please come up. Come on.
So as a property owner in this area, I do appreciate your comment about not closing streets as much as possible because it does affect the businesses and the people that live there. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else for public comment on this agenda item? All right, seeing none, we will close public comment and further discussion. All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor on this signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimous. CRA Director, do we have anything else?
No, sir.
City Manager? And anything else from up here discussion-wise for CRA?
City manager, we're going to have conversations at strategic planning regarding CRA, or is this, will we have that, will that be a conversation?
Yeah, that'll be on
Okay.
your, I believe there are CRA reference points for
Okay.
the 10-year strategic plan.
I'll save those for then. Okay, thank you.
All right, well, if we don't have any further discussion, I'll look for a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion, we adjourn?
All right, we adjourn. Yeah, we'll just turn your mics off. Here we go. All right, we'll call this meeting to order. This is a regular meeting for the Flagler Beach City Commission. Today is Thursday, March 26th. Time is 5:30 p.m. Mayor, if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and we will follow that by a moment of silence to honor our veterans, members of the armed forces, and first responders.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, well, everybody's getting settled. If you can just take a look at your cell phones, make sure they are on silent, vibrate, or turned off, please. And City Clerk, do we have any changes or deletions from the agenda? No? Okay. All right, let's open this up, public comment. This is for items that are not on the agenda. Citizens are encouraged to speak. However, comments should be limited to 3 minutes. Each speaker, please address the chair. Give us your name and address for the record. And no time can be allotted to another speaker. I will open this up, public comment.
How you doing? Rich Phelan, 255 Ocean Palm Drive. I come up here and I often banter the employees of this city, and I just want to clarify my opinion in that 99.9% of the employees are great. But tonight I got another complaint. Okay, so and it's going to sound like I'm talking about the golf course. I'm not. The document that was submitted to the board here regarding the golf course on page 44 of 449 of 455 was submitted by the city planner, Lupita McClenning. And this document, well, the easiest way to put it is, it's plagued with errors. And these errors that it's in here.
This is an agenda item?
No, but I'm not complaining about, I'm not talking about the agenda, I'm complaining about,
okay,
the document submitted by Lupita, okay? I talked about this document a year ago, and I pointed out the errors and the mistakes and the calculations that were wrong. And here we are a year later, over a year later, she's put the same document into a public file, and I don't get it. I mean, it's incompetent. And I don't know why, for example, we start off with the golf course parcel being 42.93 acres. Well, it's not. The parcel is 33.99, and 2.94 comes up to 36.93 acres. If you want to look it up, it's property ID 85653, 85654, book 1936, page 854 for the main golf course. The other one's not in dispute, the 2.94. Okay? So why does this matter? Well, when you go through the calculations, it matters on the pervious and impervious area. And I'm not sure what the regulations of this city or what this county is. It varies place to place, but she has it down as impervious being 18%. Well, it's really 20.2%. Okay, so that could matter. Could be over. Some places have a 20% impervious surface. Okay, she comes out, and I mentioned this last time, she comes out with a total of 102%. Last I know, the most you can get is 100%. How do you get to 102%? So I don't know. It's just discouraging that we have a city employee who I talked about this a year ago. They don't rush back and make them corrections and submit a polished document. And the real problem is, if we have this here in a very simple document, what other mistakes have been made? There's the real problem. Okay. So that's. I hope this commission thinks about it. This certainly should reflect on the city manager. She works for him, and he should be checking this out too. Thank you.
Rich, yes. Is there any way you could send us an email with, I know you talked about this before on record, but is there, if possible, can you send us an email with what you're finding? Okay, that'd be helpful. All right.
Good evening. My name is Brian Ford. I live at 1617 North Ocean Shore Boulevard in Flagler Beach, Florida. Commissioners, I want to take one moment to thank Penny, Mr. Martin, and Mr. Smith, and really all of the employees of the city of Flagler Beach. All right. I went to the utility office this morning to report that a cover on one of the utility boxes out by 16th Street North and Central had essentially fallen in. I was riding my bicycle legally, and before I got home on my bike, there was already a utility crew out there looking at it and assessing the situation. So that's been my experience over time with the utility department. And so thank you for, and please pass along my thanks for their service. One of the things I wanted to kind of bring to your attention tonight is the pier is the pier. It's under construction. There's the whole, what we're doing with the boardwalk, or I guess we're not doing with the boardwalk. There's a jewel in the city of Flagler Beach, Betty Stefanik Park. All right? And it's really, given the state of the pier, and given essentially the state of the boardwalk and the whole A1A area, and what's going to happen with the next renourishment project, one of the things I'd ask the commission to do is start thinking about ways we can improve upon in terms of the tourism factor of Betty Stefanik Park. There's plenty of parking there. I mean, people do have to pass through a residential neighborhood unless they go by the library, but it's a fantastic attraction. And many other cities in Florida basically go and actually use that as essentially a tourism draw to have people walk over boardwalks, perhaps adding stairs and lookouts and such over the mangroves, right? And it's actually, I mean, I've been there many, many times. It's actually a very, very beautiful natural habitat. So I just kind of want to put that out there, kind of remind everybody that that is another fantastic asset of the city of Flagler Beach. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Brian. Anyone else for public comment? Items not on the agenda. All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. City Manager, did you want to respond to the first public comment?
I'll have to find information, Mr. Balin. He made reference to a page number. I didn't catch that, but yeah, if we get that information, I'll respond to him and move on from there.
Okay, yeah, and I know there will be an email incoming too, which will be helpful just for reference, see, you know, so we can all check it out. And thank you, Brian, for your comment.
One thing, Mr. Chairman, is technically Betty Stefanik Park is a county park. So that's the only, yes. It's in the city limits, but it is a county park. But I can pass on our interest working with the county on improving that park.
Right, and Brian, I'm also on the TDC board for the tourism, and I'll go and I'll ask them to just put a little plug in there. I know it comes up for the ads on the regular basis because ecotourism is a big push right now, but I'll make sure that that's part of the, you know, all the other parks that are in there, because that's probably out of all the parks one of the best looking once you get out on the docks. All right, we'll go to consent agenda, and we have 3 items under consent agenda. We have approve organizational and regular meeting minutes March 12, 2026, public school proportionate share mitigation agreement, and looking at Rick Bellheimer to complete term of the vacancy in seat 5 of the Planning and Architecture Review Board. Is there any items for discussion that you would like to pull? No items to pull?
No.
All right. Any discussion on these items? Look for motion.
Motion to approve. Motion to approve the consent agenda and all 3 items in it.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Drew, do we need public comment on this? Okay. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. We'll move on to general business. We have review and approve October 11, 2026, the Corvettes on the Beach special event application, and this includes road closures. And City Manager, are you taking this, or is this you, Penny?
No, I can introduce this. This was a special application application that was presented to city. It's been reviewed by the Parks Committee and the CRA Advisory Board with their tentative support. So now it comes before you because, as you indicated before, the policy is that if there are any planned street closures, that it will come all before you for consideration. So representatives of the Corvette Club are here this evening to answer any of your questions.
All right, let's hear from the applicant. Y'all can come up and tell us a little bit about the show and what you're requesting.
My name is Greg Norton, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I live at 161 Eric Drive, Palm Coast. A little history on this. For 11 years, with this footprint that I hope is presented to you in your packets, we did Corvettes at the beach. We first started this with Jane Mealy and the commission back then to find a new place to hold our show. And like I said, for 11 years, we've been out here with these same road closures. And there have been no problems, there's been no accidents, there's been no fights or anything. Because let's say we bring 100 cars here, that will be 200 adults who are looking with their wives, looking to spend money and look around and eat. In the past, the merchants have had the best days that they've ever had during our event. The little two collection boxes that are in the museum, those years, that was the most money they've ever collected during the year then. I don't know whether any of you remember Kokomo's that was there. They had their best day of the year with our show. And keep in mind, this show was in October. This is October 11th. And the period of the show would be from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. We submitted that site plan or parking plan, and we had meetings with Ms. Casey and Mr. Martin a couple of times, and they questioned some of the spots on the site plan, and we agreed with them we could move the barricades a little bit to make sure the parking lot was free, and very little impact on 3rd Avenue, because what we'd be doing is registration ends at 10 o'clock. If you notice on the site plan, on the left-hand side, there's barricades that are on a diagonal. We would be moving them so that would open up that 3rd and 4th Street area. We'd be using 4th Street only till 10 o'clock as a staging area for registration. We were asked by Mr. Martin and Ms. Casey, or Ms. Ryan, to survey the businesses in this area to inform them of our plans and what would be their reaction if the street was closed in front of their business. All of them had nothing bad to say about us closing the streets. They had no objections whatsoever. Matter of fact, most of them said they welcome the foot traffic that this will generate. In the past, you have supplied the bathrooms to us, but we have monitored them and kept toilet paper and paper towels handy in case they run out. So that's part of the 18 things that we've requested from you. Another thing is,
we travel around and go to Corvette shows as a hobby, like you would play golf or tennis or whatever, to various Corvette shows here in the state. And our reputation for having this show here follows us because people come up to us and say, when are you going to come back to Flagler Beach? Because they use it as a mini vacation too. And having the hotel right here, we can brag that the hotel is on the show field. You don't have to go anyplace. And that means a lot to people that are cleaning their cars for what we do. We'd also have a meet and greet at the hotel Saturday night, which would be generating more business in the area. I don't know whether you've seen this magazine that's around that Jim Challenger puts out. It's full of advertisements from Flagler Beach for companies and stores. I've talked to them, and this magazine's online also, besides a hard copy it's probably right out in the lobby here. We do most of our advertising with emails. So it'd be easy for us to attach this magazine to an email so that people have a chance to look at it before they come here. There's even a map in it of all the stores and stuff. Any questions?
All right, questions for the applicant?
I got one.
Mr. Cunningham.
I'm looking at your map for the road closure. I know barricades moved after 10 o'clock. Anybody that's going north on South Central, when they get to South 4th Street, they're going to have to be able to turn around or either have to back the barricade up because they won't be able to get through there until after 10 anyway. Same with eastbound on South 4th. It's going to dead end to a barricade until 10. We will have traffic control. This is a Sunday, don't forget, not a Saturday. And most of these businesses don't open till noontime, we found in our sampling. We'll have traffic people helping people get to, if they have to get to someplace, by following them through whatever crowd there is, or help. We've made it most of like on South 2nd near Vessels. We've made it so they can use the parking lot to hang a Huey if they get trapped. Same thing out here with the sand lot. Both his entrances will remain open, and we can help direct people through there to get out. Does that answer your question, I hope? Yeah, mostly. I mean, my biggest concern is public safety, and if cars go to that dead end where it's barricaded off on at 4th Street, and have to turn around, I don't want anybody to get run over. No.
City manager, do you have something?
Yeah, I think Commissioner Cunningham, to clarify, I think the intent, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is when they come in on South 4th Street off of A1A, and they're going west toward the dead end you reference, that is intended to be strictly for the car show entrance. And then at 10 o'clock, that will be opened, and the barricade that they're showing in the dotted line, I'm looking at page 48, it's going to be converted to a diagonal barricade, so all of 4th Street will be reopened, and the portion of South Central between 3rd and 4th will be reopened, and then cars can travel around that corner.
Even from South Daytona, if you turn east on South 4th, they're going to come to a barricade. They're going to have to turn around somehow.
Correct, coming from the west, or coming from the west.
Correct. Going east, right. Yeah. And you're saying you'll have some kind of traffic person? manning all the barricades all day, just to catch anything that needs to be helped. We may even want to put a sign. We may put a sign, no through traffic, like you put up here on South Second by Tavalachi. Just to keep them from turning down there to begin with, until after 10 anyway. Noted. That's it.
Again, we're faced with street closures. We had this conversation during our CRA board meeting. I love events, don't get me wrong, but I think this has a bigger impact not only on businesses but our residents, and to close streets for an entire day, I'm not sure I can support that. I even with the barricades and even with the 10 a.m. releasing this road or that road, we know what it was like when we had South Central closed. Granted, that was a long period of time, but we're talking an entire day with this closed. I know the museum does not appreciate that because I have staff members there that have to park in the parking lot and they won't be able to get to it. Does this require a police presence? What costs are going to be incurred from the city to assist with this event? Someone's going to have to come open City Hall. I think I've got a lot of unanswered questions, but the street closures are my biggest concern.
All right, Commissioner Spradley?
I would agree. I mean, I'm familiar. I've been here 20 some odd years, and I'm familiar with the Corvette shows over the years. In my view, things have changed. We've got, you mentioned the hotel, but we've got the hotel there with all the parking in front of the hotel and the line of traffic that would necessarily follow on a Sunday morning with people checking out, and you have everything with that. I'm not a fan of having the destination of the vehicles being on Veterans Park, as I understand it. That's where they would be, on Veterans Park.
Veterans Park, out here down to the end of 3rd Street.
But on the park itself.
On the park, yes.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I echo the same concerns. And we talked about the closure of a part of a street for a couple of hours gave this board some heartburn. But with the combination of the construction of the pier, limiting parking already, I would have a strong reservation about going forward and then having all these street closures for a full day, as the mayor suggested. Thanks.
Okay, Mayor?
We had trunk or treat back at Wickline parking lot. A place like that that's designated for cars, Flagler is a lot easier to close that road versus main roads up this way. Could it be held in a location such as that, that's made for traffic and made for cars to be parked, with an easier solution with closing one street for the day versus downtown in our main area? Just a thought.
Yeah, that is a good idea.
Can I respond?
Go ahead.
One of the main purposes of this is to have people around all these businesses so they spend money. They're not going to walk 2 or 3 blocks, and there's nothing out there to do.
Okay, if I can just say, where are they going to park? They're going to have to park in one of the city parking lots, and they're going to be walking for blocks because all the parking is going to be taken up. So they're going to have to walk to get just to Veterans Park.
Well, let's do
I'm
this.
confused.
Well, yeah, and I don't want this to, I want to structure this a little bit differently. While the applicant is up, what questions do we have for the applicant? Because then we'll bring it back here for discussion. Commissioner Santori.
One of the concerns you brought up was the bathrooms. Sorry, I'm skipping to my notes here. Would you be open to either paying a separate fee to have the bathrooms cleaned afterwards, or renting one of those temporary bathroom, buildings to put nearby? So, because there's going to be a lot of people here that are going to need access to a bathroom.
It's already on the pay sheet that was submitted as part of what we would owe. It's already there. It's just permission to use it.
Okay, any other questions? Penny? They didn't have a cleaning fee on
No,
here.
there's, I think that if one of those charges is for the pier restrooms, which were included as well. And then the other request is to have this building open and use this in the chambers.
All right, questions for the applicant while they're up on mic? Okay. All right, thank you guys. We're going to have a discussion up here, so I appreciate that. And then if we have any further questions, we'll call you back up. So thank you.
And I just passed a picture around from the
Oh, yeah,
past
if you
show.
can just hand it to Penny, that would be great. Okay. Discussion on dies. Who wants to go first? Mr. Santori, you look like you had something.
Well, I got three issues. One, I didn't see a cost worksheet for this year for 2026. Two was the bathrooms, and then three was the road closures. And I know when I met with Dale, he may have had some ideas that he wished to share on that. About moving barricade and not having a road closed.
Yeah, that was one of the discussions. I think I also had that with Commissioner Cooley as well as the show representatives of keeping, again, focusing on the South Second Street businesses, and keeping that open. Now that was before we asked them to survey those businesses, and the response seemed to be more positive than negative when they interviewed the residents or the business owners on South Second. But the talk was, yeah, can you open up South Central, that first block? Admittedly, there are Corvettes that would be parked on both sides in order to allow access to that stretch of South Second. Or as Mr. Sinelli suggested at the CRA Advisory Board, maybe you keep all of South Second open, and that would impact fewer of the parked Corvettes because they would only be parked on one side of the street. So those were alternatives that were discussed, and I think I shared that with those of you that I met with.
All right.
The reason that Colleen did not include it in the packet is because it's tentative still. If you say that he doesn't have use to the room, she has the bathroom charge in there now, it would be removed. Or if you say not approve the road closure and they still go with the VIT, we might have to charge for police services at this point. But with the barricades, they're saying they're not needed. So it's a live document still.
Yeah, there's multiple, just so we can put this in little boxes of things to talk about. So we have numerous things to address as a commission. You have fees being asked to be waived. We have permissions that need to be granted, whether it be uses of rooms, bathrooms, or roads. So we have to consider those. And, then we have like other little things, but the main part is the permissions and the fees is addressing them. And just obviously the prevalent thing is permissions, and getting those knocked out first is what is this body willing to do or not do as far as permissions. And it feels like to me we're still on the road discussion. And commissioners over here, did y'all have any thoughts on that? Mr. Sherman?
Yeah, I think public safety is my main concern. I think Commissioner Santori kind of, had mentioned that. I remember seeing the Corvette show over the years, and I think it's something cool to bring back to town and, hopefully kick up some business in October for people to come here. Things are cooled down a little bit, so maybe we might not have as much of a beach crowd on a weekend in October. I mean, it's hit or miss, knowing what the weather's going to be like in October. Sometimes it's cool, sometimes it's warm, but I kind of wanted to see what the, what our police department had to say about, these closures and what impacts that does have on public safety. And, in addition, I would be in favor if we did close roads that we had some sort of police presence and also include that in the fee to ensure that we had, the ample presence there to help assist with any potential concerns that might come up, especially with the roads being closed and having barricades placed all around.
Okay, Mr. Cunningham?
So the one-way street coming off of Moody that goes by the hotel, this one way, that'll be closed the whole time, right?
Yes.
Did Minaj have any problem with that? That's right in front of his hotel.
Well, not according to his assistant manager who I talked to.
That's his sister, so must be okay.
Matter of fact, she was delighted because of the foot traffic it would generate and the rooms. This will be generating rooms for them in what I think is a fairly quiet time.
City manager.
Mr. Bula Minaj was at the CRA advisory board, and to perhaps add more clarity, he was generally supportive of the event, directly from him.
I don't guess the DOT would factor into this at all, would they?
No.
Because it's
We're
coming
getting
off,
on our streets.
closing off of their road of Moody. Don't get me wrong, I love Corvettes. I like trucks better, but
The only thoughts I had is I try to think about how to make something work. So, like this general area has changed significantly since these folks have been here last. As as the population and everything else. The last time we had a Corvette show here was pre-COVID, and that was before the huge population boom and everything else. But I would, well, and I talked to the city manager about this. I wasn't even sure how you could get all those vehicles on and off Veterans Park at this point without damaging the sprinkler system and the electrical system. But city manager, are you comfortable with that?
Right now, the sprinkler system is disconnected, so that's not functional at this point in time, but the electrical does work. From what I understand in the past, that there was a survey conducted by the city prior to the event, and then any damage noted after the event, and then that was discussed with the Corvette Club.
Okay. I would probably suggest, and y'all can give me your thoughts on this, doing this layout like how the old First Friday layout was, where right in front here would be closed, just this. And you keep all your other avenues open. So if folks are coming in off of 100, they can go in front of Compass and then turns, that would be west. And then the only closure that you actually have that's a hard closure is right here in this, right in front of these doors, basically. And that's how the old First Friday was, that y'all remember.
Between 2nd, 3rd Street on Center.
Correct. And folks can still get to the businesses, except, right in front of these doors, which would be by foot. And then you're keeping everything. Honestly, with everything that is built up here now, I don't know how you could, in all practicality, do the closures that are suggested that are on here now. There's a bunch, I get some businesses have different hours on Sunday or whatever, but it's a huge closure. It's a lot to swallow. And this is, I worry about fallout if you were to try to get more aggressive than the old footprint of First Friday. It's probably the easiest way to explain it. I think folks are used to that. Traffic flow is used to that. Our own businesses in this area are used to that because that's just kind of what we've done as a norm. If I was to have a suggestion, it would be that as far as the closures go. Do y'all have any thoughts on that?
I think that's a good idea. The fact is, even if, Minaj and the owner, as the owner of Compass would support it, there's still the public safety aspect of people turning off 100 onto Central, you know, and if it's closed, it creates quite a problem, and that's people who are local, but also people from out of town. And so to keep that open with then the option to either park there or then turn west onto South Second, I think you would have to have that, or else it'd be a massive fail.
Well, it also keeps South Third open, which opens up Mr. Sinelli's lot as well as the City Hall lot for additional parking as well, as long as we can keep South Second and Third flowing east to west.
Yeah.
Correct. And when I look at this layout, if you look at the closures, you're not, I mean, one could argue it, but to me, it doesn't look like you're losing a significant amount of real estate as far as usable real estate goes. But, you know, there's businesses open on South 3rd and 2nd on Sunday. It's just, and I don't know how you, well, we're in discussion up here right now, so just wait a minute here if you can. Honestly, I don't know how you could, in good faith, close in front of Compass, both sides of the road like that with all that parking. And then you got all those cars that are parked there overnight that are at the hotel. What are you going to do with them? You just leave them there? Or it generates a lot of questions. But as far as, let's just box let's talk roads first before we get into anything else. You know, where do y'all feel?
Perhaps, again, I haven't discussed this with the Corvette Club, but perhaps an alternative to closing the roads is what if the Corvette Club is going to require that for parking, what if those parking areas on South Central and here on South Second, what if those parking areas were blocked off and the Corvette Club was still allowed to park there, but the roads would remain open? That way they're not losing their parking spaces. That might be an alternative that they might consider. I know there's concern about general vehicle traffic in the vicinity of their prides and joy, but that might be a way of ensuring that they have parking. If we block that off on a Saturday night or something like that, that then as their Corvettes come in, they can park in those areas and the street could remain open. Again, I'm just throwing this out there. I've had no chance to discuss that with
Just for clarity, you would be speaking to the block of, we'll call it this block, which would be Second, right here, that goes next to Veterans Park, and then the parking spots that are basically in front of Compass, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, Commissioner Santor?
The issue I have with that is, having attended the car shows before, I think you're going to get a lot of pedestrian traffic that's going to be walking in the streets. So if they're not blocked off, I'm concerned we're going to create a pedestrian incident with that. And, you know, I don't know, I'm not a fan of the current staging area, how it's coming off of A1A. I think most of us know when we're coming into town and if we need to go south, it can be backed up from the beginning of Veterans Park all the way till you get to the pedestrian light, you know, past 7-Eleven. So, you know, I would prefer, I mean, I am okay with the cars in Veterans Park, and I'm okay with a little bit of road closure, but I definitely would like to see the staging area coming from either Flagler or Daytona, or see if there's other options so we don't block and congest up A1A and back up through there.
Well, Commissioner Santori and I guess City Manager, I don't know if this can be done. The old style First Friday had Central Avenue where Veterans Park is, half of it, if you remember, was closed so you could have incoming traffic. So they had barricades that, so let's say you had cars that were on, we'll call it the west side parking area of Veterans Park. There was cones or barricades that kind of push cars over a little bit?
The intersection here, South Central, was closed from beyond the parking lot. So that left people could go through the parking lot and then turn west on South
Right.
3rd,
Yes.
maintaining that one-way street. So it would be this intersection from South 3rd through this intersection, but keep Central open in front of the hotel, and that traffic would flow directly down to the west. So both streets, 2nd and 3rd, were flowing in different directions and had this area blocked as they did for First Friday.
All right. Any other thoughts on closures so we can, because we're going to have to come up with some kind of consensus.
I mean, if you go to page 49, I think it shows a better map that shows where the cars are going, how they're switching to cars, for the, instead of angling the one way by the compass, it's angling the other. So I could see how this method works, but, my concern still is just the amount of road closures besides what's there.
Mm-hmm. So, Commissioner Santori, as far as closures go, where are you at on that? I know you're worried about the amount of closures, but what are you thinking? Have you heard anything that you like, or are you looking at something else?
Well, unfortunately, I wasn't at the CRA meeting, but if the businesses are in favor of this, and it brings in as much business as they're stating, I think it's a welcomed opportunity to give this a shot. And they did it for about 11 years, and unfortunately, COVID mixed that up, and so I don't know how we can. I'd like to see this go through, but I don't know if city manager had any other ideas where do we make the road closures, keep it down Central and not down 2nd, or keep it down 2nd and not Central, all the way through. I realize that Central will still be closed in front of the hotel and City Hall, but I don't know. Sorry, every time I look at this map, I get a little more confused.
I think the concern of closing just South Central raises the issues that Commissioner Cunningham raises. All of a sudden you have dead-end streets, no outlets on both from the east and from the west of South Central. You'd have these cul-de-sacs coming from A1A, and you'd have cul-de-sacs coming from South Daytona.
If you close just this block here, though, then you're keeping traffic flowing.
Right. Commissioner Santori was talking about perhaps extending it further down Central. I'm not familiar with the former way of First Friday used to do it, but I think what you seem to be hinting at was you still allowed some traffic coming down South Central. Since that street's been reconfigured, it really is only a one-lane road coming down, and perhaps in the past it was actually two-way traffic. I think it was two-way traffic, but now the way the parking has been reconfigured and the street repaved, it is only a one-way, one-lane street coming south off of Moody Boulevard.
And, well, any other thoughts, Mayor?
I like keeping South Central open to 2nd. The traffic flow similar to the original First Fridays, I think, would keep traffic flowing without major impacts to A1A and to 100 and our local businesses and residents.
Commissioner Smiley?
Yeah, for me, the only road closure being on Central between 2nd and 3rd is, to me, the least resistance to the ability to keep safe traffic flow going through the town. And that's this one block closed, and that way there's ingress and egress from every other direction, including coming off of Moody onto Central. Just turn right when you get to Central, or when you get to 2nd Street. So that's what I would favor if we're going to do this.
And just to help the conversation along here, so I'll kind of give you all what I'm hearing is potential is hard block on this block of Central, and then let the city manager work with the applicant on some street parking, like for instance, if they want to put the Corvettes along the parking area here, and also the parking areas that are in front of Compass, let the city manager work with the safety team and everybody, just let them potential blocking of we'll call it the Veterans parking block, for lack of a better term. So that is a concept. How do you all feel about that? Because that seems to be kind of what I'm hearing.
I like it, and I think you're still having ample area for the Corvettes to be displayed, and I think also having safe areas to traverse and not maybe necessarily having some potential safety issues. I think Commissioner Santori kind of mentioned it earlier on with the, vehicular traffic still potentially coming in, and then people trying to traverse to those areas. And me too, also going to some car shows in the past. It would probably be best, with that setup of the old First Fridays. And again, I don't think there's that many Corvettes that would be impacted as far as them being able to be parked and displayed for them to be, for their car show.
When I look at the map here, and I'm looking at page 49, where they have the cars drawn. If you do a hard block on this one block right here on Central, and you let city manager and safety team work with the applicant on some street parking as well, that accommodates the majority of what I see drawn. And then you and we don't have any control over it, but you also have there's an option of Mr. Sinelli's lot as well in play, but we don't have any control over that. All right, so are we looking at a consensus for this topic?
Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, would you be interested in accepting the concept of the hard block on this block from South 2nd to South 3rd? What about a hard block at this corner here, which we now close off for First Friday? So this block is closed, right, but you still don't impede traffic to the other half of Western South 2nd. But that would again give the Corvette Club, and they might even be able to put, if you actually close that, they might be able to put more of their cars on behind your back there. And it should have minimal impact on traffic flow if you are still allowing cars to come off of Moody down South Central to turn left onto, or turn right onto South 2nd.
I think that it also adds to the safety factor with people that are going to be walking through the walkable area like we used to have at First Friday. This block being closed but allowing traffic, so it still flows on South Central and West on 2nd, and 3rd still flows, but the bulk of people will be right here, and if it's closed and anybody comes down 2nd, they cut through the parking lot to get to 3rd to go out. I think that makes the most sense of everything I'm hearing.
How do y'all feel about that? It's workable?
Yeah.
Penny?
All right. The fire chief, when he reviewed this, the roads were closed, but the cars were not actually in the streets. They were kind of diagonally parked, hanging a little bit in the street, but a truck could still go down the center of the road. And if you're parking cars out here, it's not, I know it's just a small area, but he hasn't commented on that part yet. So.
Right. And where I'm kind of at with that is the city manager and the safety team could kind of work out the road parking, I would think. Right. As far as like the commission, our biggest concern is, closures. And then as far as placing cars in parking areas and stuff, are y'all okay with the city manager and safety team working that out?
I got a question. Can we put police chief on the spot? Have you seen this, the map? I know he's certified in MOT.
I have seen it. I worked with this group pre-COVID, and if you're going to have an event in Flagler Beach, this is the group that you want. Very, very professional. However, I am honestly not a fan of road closures, especially road closures that are being guarded and manned by civilians. Puts us in a precarious spot. The way it came across my desk is I honestly don't have the staffing to cover this for the duration of the event. I think the suggestion that you came up with, where we block off this roadway and do like the old First Friday where we stop it over here at Snelly's lot, we can manage that. That is completely manageable, and based upon what you told me, it would still allow this event to almost go the way it is planned right now.
That's kind of my 2 cents on it. And, again, this is a great group. I've worked with them in the past pre-COVID. And again, I can't emphasize it. This is the group you want to come to Flagler Beach for an event.
Thank you. Okay, applicant. We're getting close on this. How do you all feel about this, where we're at? Bert?
Paul Kachura, 177 Boulder Rock Drive, Palm Coast, past president of Flagler County Corvette Club. There'll be enormous amount of foot traffic, people admiring the cars, people that will be judging the cars. To have cars be driving through would create more of a safety factor than not being there, the cars coming through. So we've held this event in the past, made it a success. We've been to other Corvette shows that in the streets of different cities of Florida, and they don't allow car traffic through it. All of them show it to be a success.
Greg Norton again. Commissioner Santori has a very good idea, and I could easily see us rerouting the registration by using South Daytona and bringing the cars up to 4th and coming up. So that's easy to do, and I agree with you.
All right.
Yeah, or at the light where Flagler is, and maybe the staging area could be near Wickline in that parking lot. I'm just thinking of different ways we can, I know Sunday mornings could be rather slow around here until church gets out, but just other thoughts to consider.
They come in small groups of 5 or 8 cars depending on clubs. So there is no, all of a sudden you got 20 Corvettes in line type of deal. So that's manageable from past history, let's put it that way.
All right. So we need to wrap up the discussion on closures. What are you all thinking as far as consensus? We had some new information. Where are we at on it? Mr. Sproutley.
I'm still with a closure, a single closure, the closure of Central between 2nd and 3rd, and then coordinate between the club and the city manager about reserving some spots for parking in the other areas that were discussed. That's where I am.
Okay. Other thoughts? Or what do y'all think? We looking at a consensus on this? Mayor?
I'm in agreement with Commissioner Spradley. I would extend that, though, to the parking lot entrance on South 2nd, the closure, to keep this whole corner closed.
Right.
As long as traffic continues to flow east to west and Central to South 2nd.
And based on what I heard up here, I think sounds like everybody's okay with that. This side of the room?
I'm good with what the mayor was proposing.
Yeah, I am too.
Okay. Pretty close on that, if not a full consensus. Let's talk about fees. So this group was asking, Penny, can you take us through specifically what the fees are and what they're asking, so everybody's on the same page, we get a good baseline?
The estimate that Colleen prepared based on their request, our request, whether approved or not by you, this was just to give a rough estimate, came to $411.13. And they're asking to pay a maximum of $350, and the city co-sponsor the amount over $350. Depending on how what you approve and what you don't approve, it changes these numbers some. Like with the consensus you just reached about having the city manager arrange to secure parking for them in the areas where the roads aren't closed. I'm assuming at least 2 hours for staff, so that would add roughly close to another $100. I don't know if staff has signs or if they'll be using all the barricades we have available for closures, which they shouldn't now that the road closure is less. I'm just not sure how much those costs will be because I don't have the actual amounts in front of me. But the basic bottom line is the the applicant is requesting not to pay more than $350.
Got it. Okay. And let's cover some of those permissions because I skipped some of them. So we have use of commission chambers. That's a request. What do you all think? Mr. Santor.
I have some concerns with security inside of the commission chambers. Didn't know what's in this commission chamber that is needed that can't be done outside with a tent.
Applicant.
Nothing. That's why we said if you supply electricity out underneath the portico, the only thing is, it would give us the ability on Saturday to stage all the gift baskets and the computers and all that. So we wouldn't be running like chickens doing it Sunday morning.
City manager?
I would actually defer to Ms. Overstreet. She has more of this area. She's expressed concerns about the security of AV equipment and other city equipment in here. So that was a concern that she shared with me.
And as Chief Blanchett mentioned, they are an excellent event. They clean up all their mess, polite. It's nothing against the event. It's basically the security of this building. And it's not even their members that are using this building. The public's going to come
Right, it
in
would
and
be
out.
just having it
Anybody
open.
can walk in at any time.
Okay.
These locks are not real secure. The interior locks, the exterior ones are.
Okay. City hall restrooms? That's just as a side note, that's a norm for First Fridays as well.
Yeah, it is.
And those doors lock separately, so you could have the front alcove be open and not have any concerns about servers and, AV equipment and all that stuff.
That will require a city staff person to come open those doors and,
Unlock the doors.
Unlock the doors and relock everything.
Right, now that would go into the whole
Right.
permitting if it's not already covered.
That wouldn't increase it by that much.
You all okay with City Hall restaurant? Okay. All right, so let's circle back to the fee. How does this body feel about the $350 cap on the fees and the city sponsor anything if it goes over that? I mean, last quote was $411. It's not very, it's nominal amount.
That does not include any police. Is that another number that's going to be added on top
Is
of
that
it?
a separate ask, Penny?
When it was first, you can double check with Lance, but when we send this out to the safety officers when we get applications, first thing we do. When it was first sent out, Lance's response was he was okay with not providing police coverage as long as the barricades were up. So now barricades will still be up. Your road closure has changed, so it would be something we would send back to him again and ask him how he feels about that. But I heard him already comment. I guess he's a little short on staff. I don't know if staff is out with workers' comp or what, but so.
And usually when there's an event, the city fees are handled a little bit different than the police fees. So you have the city staff setting up, tearing down barricades. You have, all the work that goes into that, and then you have police coverage. So just to compartmentalize the discussion, as far as city fees go, this is not police. Are you all okay with the $350 cap?
So with the
I get the billing.
Yeah, the IUPA changed. The police aren't paid directly anymore. Now that there's a flat rate that they're paid, whoever works that, and it's done through our billing.
So this has all changed.
A little bit.
Scrap what I just said. I'm living in the past. I'm living at Old First Friday.
I just remember having events in Veterans Park. We always were required to have a police presence, and it was 1 or 2 officers, and it was, I believe it was a 3-hour time commitment at that point, but this is going back a few years, so I realize things have changed.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I don't know how you can do an event this size and not have police coverage. We have small surf events that are being required to have police coverage, and this is a completely different animal than something like that. But Okay, so fees go, what do y'all think? Mr. Santori?
I mean, the fees seem a little low. I think they would need to be higher. I'm curious to know if Mr. Bula or others could sponsor this event and help with those costs.
That is a very good question. There's nothing stopping private business, especially Compass, from helping the group out. The city wouldn't have anything to do with that. What we need to decide is what are we okay with charging or not charging, if anything. Cap, no cap. If there's a cap, what would that number be? Applicants requesting a cap at $350.
If we have police cost alone at $120 to $150 an hour, that's going to add up real quick. I'm concerned that we're spending taxpayer dollars for a private event, essentially, and it's not a city event. Until we see the final cost, I hate capping it at $350, given the unknown of the total cost.
Okay, so I believe this can be done. Penny, tell me if you think this can be done. So as far as city, not police fees, just for billing, the city could say, look, we'll cap it at $350. We would say yes to that, potentially, or hypothetically, I should say. But the police that will just get billed as is. Can that be done on your end, Penny?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something y'all like to consider?
Yeah, I mean, I would consider a 350 cap on, 350 cap for fees plus the cost of the police.
And then that way the city limits, and then we would be doing the 350. And then if any police coverage is needed, then that would be on applicant. Okay. Applicant, is that workable?
That sounds reasonable to us.
Okay. All right, so we got that worked out. So we will not do the chambers, but y'all are okay with supplying electricity that they had requested, okay? Penny, what else am I missing?
I had the road closure, which you did, the restrooms, the chambers, and the waiver of fees. And in regards to holding the parking spaces, you already included that in your first, so we'll do that and just bill them for the extra labor.
Okay, and city attorney, when we get there, how are we going to put this motion together?
My suggestions, that's what I've been sitting here thinking about. So for your road closures / movement of traffic, I would say if it's motion to approve subject to the modifications to the movement of traffic discussed here at the meeting, subject to amending to exclude council chambers from inclusion in the event, modifying the fee cap to exclude any fees for police presence deemed necessary by the city's chief of police. And I think that covers everything they've modified, right, Penny?
One question, I don't think I've heard it addressed. What about the use of the city seal? Did you address that?
You okay with them using city seal for their publications and stuff? You okay with that? Yeah. Okay. So we got a consensus on that. All right, we still need to hear from the public. So I hope y'all took note of Drew's motion there. Applicant, did you have anything for us before we hear from the public?
I see a little bugaboo with you opening South Central in front of the hotel. The entrance to the park, that cement pad, we have to go against traffic there from the registration area to load the cars onto the grass.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not following that.
They have to go right here, but what Patty's saying is they just go around the block.
Okay, so, and that can be worked out with the safety team as well. They can come up with a solution to that with the city manager. Okay. Anything else you want to share before we hear from the public?
No, sir.
All right, if y'all could just take a seat, and I'm going to open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak to this agenda item? We covered a lot of ground on it. Yeah, if you can, come up, state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm Steve Wolf, 35 Beckett Lane in Palm Coast. I was twice the president of the club, and I ran the last two Corvette shows here at Flagler Beach before we had to move along. I wanted to point out that who we're bringing to the city for this event, in addition to the foot traffic it generates, is people who have been loyal to this brand, the Corvette, for their entire lives. And that began with cars that could be purchased for about $3,500 brand new. Whereas today, we're talking about cars that break 100,000 just on one of the lower end models. The higher end model of the Corvette now can go for upwards of $250,000. So what we're bringing here is affluence. We're not bringing rowdy troublemakers or a lot of noise. In fact, the cars are more muffled now than ever. So it's not a noisy event. It's not it's not an event that's going to cause any bad reports in the news. And the people are going to be enjoying the dining here, hopefully the hotel as well. And it sets a good impression in their minds about what they have to look forward to in the future, especially with the building of the pier. So bringing this show here is a benefit to the city. And that's all I have to say about that.
All right, thank you, Steve. Anyone else for public comment on this agenda item?
Good evening, Melanie Thompson, John Anderson Highway. I am a 50-plus car enthusiast. I've been to several events and a Corvette owner. You cannot have a car cruise or show on a street that's not blocked off. People don't pay attention. They're looking at the cars. They're moving around. They're standing in front of the cars, and your streets aren't wide enough. If you do have traffic go through there, the street has to be at least probably 3 times the width. So for safety reasons, you have to block the streets off. That's just my opinion, because I've seen people walk with baby buggies and not paying attention, and the kids are running all over, and you can't have traffic going through. So even in car shows that are in a parking lot, you've got plenty of space. People just wander around, and they hear cars coming up behind them, and they don't move. So for safety reasons, I would say block that off and block that off. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, I'm Mike Wright. I'm not speaking as the applicant, I'm speaking as just a regular member of the community. I live at 200 Riverfront Drive in Palm Coast, and I would try and get my head around what traffic direction you guys have suggested. And here's what I see going on, and I'm not sure this is correct, but you're saying don't close Central here until you get to this intersection at Central and 2nd, and close off Central between 2nd and 3rd. So people coming east on Moody, right on south on Central, and immediately back west on 2nd. Essentially you're giving them a U-turn, taking them out of where they're going, and now they've got to get down here and say, well, how do I get back to where I want to go? I think you're better off blocking off Central here, taking them to the light, and then letting them turn south if they want to, and then they can get to where they want to go, a parking lot, they want to go to a restaurant, Funky Pelican, whatever, but they're going the direction they thought they were going to go instead of turning them and taking them the other direction. And by the way, the young lady who said, you got to close off the streets. People are walking every, at least this street and that street, so people can walk and see, because they're going to want to see the cars. That's why they're here. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment on this agenda item?
My name's Jimmy Blair. I'm at 1117 North Central, and I moved over to the north side because of events, you know. And I just want to tell you, I really appreciate the commission's concern about traffic flow. I would really enjoy the Corvette show, to be honest with you, just personally, but Bike week was heinous. You could take 15 to 20 minutes to get through A1A intersection. But what I'm trying to say is I appreciate y'all considering traffic flow because it is a big problem. North side, we're okay. But once you hit this side of town, it is heinous. You know what I'm saying? It's just really crazy. So I just share that with you that I appreciate your comments, but I also want to tell you I'm an advocate of the show. So just make it all work, however y'all do that. It makes a lot of sense to me. But traffic flow is key, safety is key, and because I can see that. This town has really exploded. This is my 5th time buying here, back in the early 90s, and now it's 2026. It's a totally different town, but I love the city. It's a very tight, but we want to sort of keep some control over the growth, over the traffic flow, because it is, I think at times it gets a little out of control, but what can I say? These events are important. They do bring money to our vendors and our community, and I appreciate that. So I'm for it, but I hope you guys come up with a great solution on how to minimize the traffic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I speak again?
If you can, just wait till the end of public comment,
Okay.
and we'll let you respond. Anyone else for public comment on this agenda item? All right, seeing none, we'll bring this back up here for discussion. Before we talk, applicant, did you have any final things you want to share? And then we'll wrap up this discussion.
My colleagues and I really hope that you go by the original map and close in front of the hotel because we think it's quite a safety hazard if we don't, with pedestrians and parking the cars. So if we meet with Mr. Martin and we determine for safety reasons or whatever those reasons are that South Central still be blocked per our map, would you be okay with that is my question. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's bring it up here for discussion. We heard from the public. City manager, do you have anything before we wrap up this discussion? I see you deep in thought over there.
I mean, yeah, I understand the safety concern, but again, I think this is a decision that will take direction, but I think this is one of the things that you probably need to decide what sort of latitude you're going to give staff to work with, and whether you want South Central closed or South Central open. I think that's what needs to be decided tonight. At least then the club can move forward with either rearranging their traffic flow, but that's what I would ask. Say, yeah, make the decision now on what road closures you want, and then the safety team, as you pointed out, we can work with the Corvette Club.
All right, so we've talked a lot about safety. Mr. Blanchett, I'd like you to put you on the spot again, if possible. We'll talk to Mr. Safety. So we're looking at basically 2 different models. Some, with the new kind of consensus being like old First Friday style,
right?
With some minor deviations versus what we have on paper here from the Corvette Club. We need your help in deciding what actually is safe and what is the best, because we are not traffic experts, and so that's where we need your help. Where are you at on this?
If we close off Central at Moody, and we shut down this road as well, and we do the old First Friday, let them go to Sinelli's lot, is that manageable? Yes. Is that safe? It would be safer based upon what the gentleman said with them displaying all their cars and people walking. Can we handle that? I think we can.
All right, so...
But I would not do the hard block at A1A on 2nd. I would do it the old First Friday way.
Okay. And for 2nd, would you keep this open all the way through and just block Central on that block and then this block? Or
we would have no traffic on Central in front of the hotel.
Okay.
And we would have no traffic coming this way. We could block it all the way off, actually. And if we did that, we would also have to put barricades down south so that
anybody leaving the parking lot by vessel or by, the hotel can't come back up this way or will have to be forced to go.
That's one way though.
Right, it'll have to go the correct way.
We would hope.
Trust me, if you sit in his office for, any given time.
Okay. All right, excellent, thank you. Anything else you got to share with us for consideration on safety?
The only thing that I have, and we've run into this problem before, is when we dedicate parking areas. It never fails that when we go out to capture them, there is a car, 2 cars, 10 cars parked there overnight.
Especially in front of a hotel.
Especially in front of a hotel. So the questions are going to come up, especially when the applicant arrives and sees 10, 12 cars in their parking area. Do you want them towed? Who's paying that bill? I mean, because we can, and if we want to capture those spots, honestly, we would have to start probably a Thursday night, Friday night, start capturing as we go.
So, all right, that's a good consideration for us to talk about. All right, excellent. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sir.
How many cars are going to be at this event, roughly?
We estimate about 100 to.
Come on up. Yeah, we want to capture you on the mic.
It's hard to say, but we've averaged about 120 cars per show the last couple of years.
Yeah, thank you.
The only reason I ask that, because it's a 1 acre piece of property, Veterans Park. Of course, that's a little tiny car.
I guess that's
Seems
one of
like
the
there could be a
questions,
lot to do.
what is the capacity of Veterans Park for these cars? Do we know? Come on.
We can get them all in there, we won't have to close any roads.
Past history has shown us getting about 60 cars in there. We've counted car spaces from past events, and we have 132 car parking slots if we use our map.
Okay.
Car spots are money. If you cut parking spaces, potentially, that's a registration fee we don't capture.
All right, thank you. All right, Mayor?
That just brings up an interesting question. This is not for profit, and they're making registration fees on this event. It just caused me to think for a moment.
Okay. Further discussion, let's, we gotta get this wrapped up here. Okay. Well, I don't wanna do it forever back and forth.
Okay.
What do you got, Greg?
Every year we donate to charities in Flagler County. That's where the money goes.
Okay.
To charities. For
Right.
charities that represent people.
All right, thank you. All right, so where are we on this? We gotta get this wrapped up. Let's talk about the road closures. So here's a potential suggestion that you all can consider. We could suggest that the old First Friday style closure give city manager and Mr. Blanchett some wiggle room. If they need to close in front of Compass, if they need to mess around with Central from Central to A1A, if they have certain delineations on those 2 streets that they have preferences on for safety, then give them that type of leniency. But it wouldn't go outside of that. And then you have the hard closure here, obviously. So that basically blocks off up to, you have Central, which would be 2nd and 3rd, and then you have 2nd, which would be from A1A to Central, up to. And then they can decide how to do it, work in the safety teams, but we would have to decide, do you want to go outside of that, or are you guys okay with that? What do y'all think?
I'd be okay with what you were kind of proposing as far as, giving a little bit of direction to the city manager and, the police chief to kind of use that as, how they deem fit and,
You have an up to? City attorney, you okay with that? Okay.
So that's where my head's at.
Okay. Fees? We still at the same number?
Yeah.
350 in the city, and then the police,
Yeah.
the police the city would not cover the police, but we would cap the city, we'll call it city administrative, whatever, for lack of a better term, the 350, okay? And we were already good with the permissions and building usage. Okay, I will look for motion. And you gotta remember what the city attorney suggested.
Yeah, right. Given that last, why don't I give it again with a little bit of refinement there for the movement of traffic again? So, and if I get this wrong, feel free to correct me. It's not, there are no magic words to it. But as I understand it, to approve with the modifications that the city manager is directed to work with the chief of police and the applicant on the movement of traffic plan with authorization for road closures, with no authorizations for road closures beyond 2nd and Central. So far, so good, right? Did I get that right, Chair? That was your plan.
I believe the spot at Central will be 3rd, if I'm looking at the right spot. That intersection right there is 3rd.
So Central to 3rd,
right,
and 2nd to
Central.
2nd to Central and Central to 3rd, the only areas authorized for any road closure. And then as to fees, the rest remain the same. The city approves a cap of administrative fees at $350, but that cap does not include any fees deemed necessary by the chief of police for police protection for the event or for movement of traffic. And what was the third? Remind me what the third change was now. I did.
Building permissions.
Oh, and the exclusion of the City Hall council chambers from being able to be used by the event. The use of restrooms are already in the plan, so everything else as proposed would be the same, but those would be the modifications to the proposal.
And the logo.
That was part of the proposal, though. Everything in the proposal except for those 3 things that I mentioned for modification.
Good thing we're recording.
Let me go through it again. You got it?
I'll make that motion.
I'll need a second.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. This does not involve a roll call. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Y'all got a show. All right. All right. So let's move on to 6B, Resolution 2026-18. Drew?
Resolution 2026-18, a resolution of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, relating to the State Revolving Fund Loan Program, making findings, authorizing the loan application, authorizing the loan agreement, establishing pledged revenues, designating authorized representatives, providing assurances, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date.
All right, City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The city is eligible for a loan through the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. And this is for supplemental appropriations due to Hurricane Helene and Milton. So this is, again, just the application. Any actual work will have to come back before you if the grant or if the loan is awarded. Mr. Freeman is here, as well as representatives from McKim & Creed that have helped craft this moving forward. The loan is approximately $19 million, of which half of that, approximately $9.5 million, would be eligible for forgiveness. So with your permission, I can have Mr. Freeman or Mr. Clark come forward and go through a presentation which was provided in your packet. Although I think there might have been some small revisions to this presentation. So.
Correct. So, in an effort to improve some of our aging infrastructure, we wanted to go after this grant or our loan in order to help us out with that situation. So we've identified areas. It's based on, in the past year, we've had several water monitoring done in our wells of our lift stations, and we've identified areas where we have some issues, where there's high chlorides based on I&I, and we've also identified some areas that need some drainage improvements. So I have a representative from McKim & Creed who can go through their slide presentation here and kind of help explain what our goal is. So, Matt?
Hey. All right. For the record, Matt Clark, McKim & Creed, 139 Executive Circle, Suite 201, Daytona Beach.
Thank you, Matt.
Down is forward. Thank you. All right, so here to provide some information and maybe some opportunity to ask some questions about what we would call the SAM loan or SRF loan application that's for consideration tonight. A little bit about what we're going to be talking about. First off, what is, and I'm using air quotes, SAM. What is the city's project and why would it matter? Additionally, we'll talk about the SRF process in a very simplified fashion. It can be quite complex. And where the city is on that timeline. Following that, we'll talk a little bit about the costs and next steps. Following that, we'll be available for questions. I do notice that there's a couple slides that we supplied as supplemental to this. If they're not in here, then I'll discuss them more in verbiage. So, what is SAM? SAM stands for Supplemental. I'm having a hard time reading it because I have to remember sometimes. Supplemental Appropriations for Hurricane Helene and Milton and the Hawaii wildfires. So the EPA put together a program to funnel money into state revolving funds to address several disasters. And that included Hurricane Milton and Helene. So this is the same clean water SRF program that is currently funding some of the improvements at your wastewater plant. The purpose of this program is to help mitigate and address issues that demonstrate damages, impacts, and loss of or disruption of service caused by Hurricane Helene and Milton. You can see that the counties that are in red are those that are eligible for this fund. Projects must address the vulnerabilities in the system that might have been resultant of flood risks, also used to enhance resilience and reduce vulnerability. Overall, approximately $806 million of Florida Clean Water State Revolving Fund funds are available for this project, and all loans are subject to 50% principal forgiveness. So what is the project in terms of how it impacts the city? The purpose of the project will be to prevent interruption of service and impacts to the wastewater treatment plant from storm events. This will help reduce the risk of harm to environmental impacts, public health, and reduces compliance risks. Overall, the scope of the project would involve hardening of several lift stations identified there. That would be pump station 3 and 6, lift station 7 and 8. In general, the work would involve hardening, such as increasing the elevation of structures which might be subject to inflow or floodwaters. Also to raise panels above flood elevations to prevent damage and interruption of service. Improving stormwater infrastructure in that area to try to divert water away from those lift stations and to replace end-of-life or aging equipment. Initially, planning level estimates for the budget of this project are $19.3 million, and we'll talk a little bit about that a little more later. But in the graph on the far right, you can see what represents the impact of the hurricane on the city system. On the top, you can kind of see some blue lines coming down. That represents the rainfall impacted at the city over several years. In the bottom, you can see a blue or purple line that represents your flow into your wastewater plant, which is over the average daily annual flow. So anything that you see in purple is flow above what you normally experience at the wastewater plant. And what you can see there during the time when Hurricane Milton came through, there was a significant spike. So that's more or less what the project is aimed to address. I will go to the next slide. A little more specifics on the projects. At Pump Station 3, which is down at South 16th and South Flagler Avenue, lift station improvements would include civil improvements, mechanical improvements, electrical improvements, And the estimates were based on a very quick turnaround estimate of $2.0 million. Stormwater improvement projects or stormwater improvements related to Pump Station 3 were based on your Stormwater Master Plan project, which is Basin 30, Project 5. And that was about $5 million. It was 4.9. And I'll talk a little bit more about how those numbers will stack up later. Pump Station 6, which is near North 11th and North Daytona Avenue, it as well will have civil, mechanical, structural, and electrical improvements at about $1.8 million. Stormwater improvements, there were no stormwater improvements identified in the Stormwater Master Plan. That's pretty adjacent to a canal, so there's not really much you can do other than try to harden the lift station against stormwater and flooding. Lift Station 7, which is on Oak Lane, on the mainland side of the city. Again, civil, mechanical, structural, electrical improvements, total about $1.8 million. Portions of Stormwater Basin 87, Project 1, as identified in the Stormwater Master Plan, which is about $1.2 million. Lift Station 8, which is on Windsong Drive. Again, civil, mechanical, structural, and electrical improvements, about $1.8 million. Stormwater improvements, portions of it based on Stormwater Basin 73, Project 2 of the Stormwater Master Plan, which is $1.9 million. Overall, the overall end goal of these projects is not much unfamiliar to the projects that you're currently under construction for your 2025 Hurricane Wastewater Management System Restoration Lift Stations project, where the lift stations were being hardened as impacts from past hurricanes by other consultants. So all those add up to hard costs of construction. So we'll talk a little bit more about costs in a bit. The SRF process. So the state doesn't necessarily make it easy. It's a pretty complex process, but it's there for a reason, to make sure that funds are appropriated properly. I'm not going to go into the intricate details of this, but as you can see, this is pretty complicated, but just understand that this process can happen several times through planning, design, and construction. Each step has milestones and documents that generally have to be produced, submitted to the state, get board approval before they can advance to the next. Where's the city in this process? Back in summer 2025 is when this special supplemental appropriation was identified by the state, with a relatively quick turnaround in submitting projects for inclusion into their priority project list. This never really binds any applicant to a project. It just allows you to have the ability to apply for a loan later. In November, the meeting was placed on the priority project list and moved on to the next step, which is submitting an application. This portion of the process is the subject of tonight's agenda item. In order to submit an application, the City Commission has to adopt a resolution to permit the city manager and representatives to submit this application on the city's behalf. After that, if it's the board's pleasure to approve, additional documents will be put together as part of moving the process through the planning phase. After that, projects will move through design and construction, but each step along the way, the City Commission will have to review and approve and has a chance for input. So, talking about the costs, how was the $19.3 million estimate originated? You might have noticed if you added up all the numbers I gave a little bit earlier, they might not add up to $19.3 million, and we'll talk about that a little bit. So on average, there's about $1.9 million for each lift station improvement. Again, civil, structural, mechanical, electrical. That's on average. Then with the use of the Stormwater Master Plan projects, which is $8.0 million, then on top of that, you add soft costs such as plan and design, construction contingency, and CEI, which is construction engineering inspection, which is required to be identified in your loan application. It's important to note that the reward for any applicant for SAM was capped at about 19.1 million. So, understanding that these costs are pretty significant, how will these cost estimates be refined? So the first portion of the SRF process would be planning, and that is where the staff and consultants will go out, take a look at the different lift stations, and do a more detailed assessment of each of the lift station needs. So through the planning process, these estimates will be potentially reduced, especially portions of the stormwater master plan projects, which some of those projects are quite large, and what might be implementable to prevent stormwater problems at the lift stations might be smaller than the overall project. During design phase, consultants will further refine the uncertainty and allow for board input. And then finally, at the very end of it, once you have a set of plans, you'll go into competitive bidding, hopefully with a set of clear and concise bid documents to be able to get some competitive bids. The key takeaway here is the time to put together the SRF loan request for inclusion was quite short. So the estimates that were used to put that together were based on the best available information at that time. And through the process, those estimates will be refined. The RFI is based on the best available information at the time. Through the whole process, the board will have to take action on the facilities plan, which will allow further refinement of that scope if needed. So next steps, if approved, the city will then submit the SRF loan application, which is included in your agenda packet. The facilities work plan, which is going to push the project along the SRF project, will be put together. And more importantly, that facilities work plan will require commission action or review and action in order to adopt it by resolution in order to continue it down that path. So there's an opportunity for the commission to review that and refine the scope if needed. If not approved, we can come back and try to address the commission needs as it relates to a project. There's always additional funding opportunities out there, although it's pretty competitive. And I would recommend continue hardening your systems as you currently are. So the key takeaways here would be that the Clean Water SRF loan program does have a 50% principal forgiveness, or opportunity for 50% principal forgiveness. It's not necessarily free money because the city will still have to enter a loan agreement for the remaining 50%. Commission will be informed and able to make decisions through the process of developing the facilities work plan. And more importantly, it protects the city and the environment from further damages, whether that is sanitary sewer overflows or backups into people's homes, and allows you guys to remain compliant with your FDB permit. So with that, I'm here to answer any questions about the SRF loan program, or more in particular, this SRF loan process, or this particular SRF loan application.
All right, before we get into a bunch of discussion, any questions for our McKinley-Creed representative while he's up here? Mr. Sherman.
You mentioned right at the end there, you mentioned something about 50%, like there was almost a little bit of hesitancy to say the full 50%. You know, this is a lot of money we're playing with here, and, you know, there's a lot of risk. So I just want to make sure I have a clear answer on that. Could you repeat that again? You said that like up to 50%.
So depending on the community, if the community is socially, economically disadvantaged, they're allowed up to 100% principal forgiveness. Okay. Unfortunately, fortunately, for the city, the areas that are impacted are above that threshold, so the maximum principal forgiveness available to the city is 50%.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for our representative? Mr. Cunningham?
Yeah. So the 19.3 million, that's for those 4 lift stations?
Correct. Right? Lift stations and stormwater improvements to further protect those lift stations.
Okay. And where it says all loans include 50% principal forgiveness. But on the report, it says it will be eligible for forgiveness. So is there a case where it may not be eligible?
I would have to go back and double check that, but I believe every loan at minimum is offered 50% principal forgiveness, but I believe the language in the SRF loan packet is that. So I caution answering that, with a definitive answer, but I believe that is my understanding.
That's a lot of money to not be sure of. Can you base these numbers on the study y'all did? What was it, phase 2 or phase 1?
Yes, several different things. So again, due to the quick turnaround in the required app request for inclusion in the priority projects list this past summer, what we did to assist the city is look at several lift station improvement projects, including the ones that the city put out for bid, that one project I referenced, as well as other projects that kind of come up with hard costs, construction costs based for the lift station improvements. For the stormwater portions of the project, yes, the stormwater master plan projects were used, but again, some of those stormwater master plan projects are quite large. And would all those be necessary to protect the lift station? No. So that's where the original $19.3 million came from. Since then, after being put on the priority project list, we can further refine those costs, but that we didn't really want to do that and incur billing costs to the city until you guys were comfortable with moving forward. During the planning process, all those will be refined, and again, you'll have the commission will have input on that facilities work plan.
I know for sure lift station 6 at North 11th, that just had new pumps and a whole bunch of stuff got redone on it. New rails, new pumps, and that's on this list.
Yeah, and again, we didn't, at this point, we have not performed a detailed assessment of your station, because in that is something that happens through the planning process. And obviously, portions of the station which are in good condition, it wouldn't be reasonable to replace those. So for situations like that, I know that particular station in general is kind of in a swale. It might benefit from raising of the wet well lid. And again, I can't say that until we get through the planning phase and we have a little more better idea of what's actually happening in each station.
Yeah, you could almost lift the cap on all of them to get it from going underwater.
That's generally how many utilities and areas would address that flooding.
That's all I got.
Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Santori?
Actually, no, not for the applicant.
Okay.
Just for discussion.
Just discussion, okay. This would be questions for our folks presenting. No other questions for them? All right, so I have a couple. Commissioner Sherman, Commissioner Cunningham, y'all were asking about it. So I'm trying to wrap my head around the forgiveness. I heard you mention the capital of the loan is what the determining factor is. So it's not certain projects are eligible for forgiveness, it's the style of loan that's being done, or what exactly determines what is going to be forgiven as far as the match or the 50%? What determines that? Is project or loan style?
Well, this particular supplemental appropriation was framed to provide that kind of forgiveness. So the Clean Water SRF program, typically, like what's with the wastewater plant, maybe does not have principal forgiveness, or there is an ability to have, from what I understand, reduce interest rates. In this case, this special supplemental appropriation did have that feature in that loan program. So to determine whether or not you get 50 or greater is really based on the socioeconomic needs of the project area.
And based on that, you guys have determined it's at the 50% threshold?
That's what would be the assumed threshold, or the 50% would be what would be forgiven, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we're just looking for, like basically almost reassurance. If we do a $19 million loan, that in fact half or something very close to that would be, not we find out after the fact that it's only going to be 25 or 10% or something.
Yeah, and it's important to understand too that the loan amount will only equal to the costs incurred. So this is just an application. So let's say through design or construction or bid, costs are reduced through refinement of the scope of the project, then that is all you would be taking out as a loan.
Okay.
So it's not a hard fast. You guys are writing a check for half of $19 million today. This is just a step in the project to be able to start that conversation, start the planning, and move down the line and further refine that project to your guys' values and vision for those projects.
All right, Commissioner Sherman.
I just keep hearing and I'm not trying to nitpick on just little words, but I heard the word assume, and that scares me. I know we're not there yet, but I'd like some word more of like a guarantee here. I mean, this isn't a little bit of money, and I mean, this is something we're going to I don't want to turn this into a discussion just yet, but this is something that has ramifications on our tax base as well. So I just would like to hear maybe if there's more of like a more solid verbiage there, and any level of guarantee here. The word assume just gives me a little bit of reluctancy.
Right, and I think that would happen further in the process. So you fill out the loan application, and then when you start getting into our approvals for the individual projects, that's when we're pretty much locking it in. Am I correct, City Manager?
I think we can find that information out to give those assurances that, okay, yeah, this is, as Mr. Clark indicated, this is just the application. We're not obligating 19 million, we're not obligating $10. This is an application to make us eligible and approved to sign the loan documents, which would then come back to you. And at that point, we can probably have more clarification with regard to this Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund as to, okay, can we go from a little possibly you're eligible for 19 or 50% forgiveness to more concrete reassurances? And I think, as Chairman Cooley indicated, that'll be part of the loan acceptance process, not the loan application process.
Very big deal. Yeah, that's one of those caveats that it's just a small detail. So you're going through and you have numbers on these estimates: 2 million, 5 million, 1.8, 1.8, 1.2, 1.8, 1.9 that you covered. I went through this. Are those estimates that you have, are those estimates in this? Because I was looking for, one of my questions was, all right, if we're going to go out for a loan for 19, what exactly is going to be done? What needs to be done to these? Like the estimates that you cited, where are those estimates?
Those estimates were put together for part of the request for inclusion that was sent into the state this summer. And again, that was non-binding. That's basically just raising your hand up and the state recognizing you.
Right, but we haven't seen them, right?
They're not part of the application, no. But I'm sure that I can put that together and share that with the city manager.
Right.
Yeah. And again, understand that those were put together not necessarily with a detailed engineering individual lift station assessment.
Right.
But you'll see the basis of it.
Yeah, and I'm just a big process guy. So if I'm going to say, yes, let's get a loan for $19 million, I want to be able to say, here's exactly what it's for, and here's what those fours cost, and you have almost like a checks and balances. I'm not trying to obligate you guys or anything, but it wasn't in here. And when I was going through the item, I came across, like on page 73, it had some very high level, we're going to do construction and harden things, and we're going to do other services, but it it didn't really cover that, and that's where, I mean, and city manager reminded me, hey, this is, this is just an application, but it's still an application for $19 million. And, right, and we're not committed, but I would like to see those estimates just so, this is a lot of money. So we at least need to have the checks and balances in place so we know what we're at least going after. And, you send it to the city manager. I know I definitely want to see him because that was one of my first questions is, all right, what's this money going for? What do we need to do? And what's it going to cost us? And how do we even get to 19 mil? So that would greatly help us a bunch. And I think, so you mentioned one of the things that these need is raised panels, but I thought we did a project where all the panels that were in the floodplain got raised. Commissioner Cunningham, you've toured these, right?
Yeah.
Do they all have raised panels now?
They're high enough to not get flooded. If they go under, if the panels go underwater, we're all going to be underwater.
Yeah. Is that one of the things that would get flushed out when you all do your detailed look or something? Okay.
Yeah, I do believe the city did a study on that. Yeah, and so the rule, FDEP rule-wise, is that the panel elevations or critical portions of the control mechanicals have to be above a certain flood elevation. So those flood elevations, again, will be established and will ensure the panels are at the right height. And if they are, then there's no purpose. Again, that's part of the planning and scope refinement process. There'd be no purpose to replace those.
Okay. Yeah, I just heard it, and it got me a little worried because we have the habit sometimes of going back and redoing projects inadvertently and stuff. I want to make sure that that's not going to be the case. That's all the questions I have for our gentleman here, unless y'all got any other questions for him?
Is the forgiveness based on median income of the city?
Yes, the median household income, yes.
Yeah, median household income. I know we've lost out on some grant money because of that. I guess we're too rich.
Yes, there's a formula that's used as part of the RFI, the request for inclusion process, that calculates all that. And that's kind of where that threshold is met or not.
Commissioner Santor.
I had a question about the threshold then. So you said 50%. I mean, how close are we to the next threshold? Is there a 40% or did it jump down to 20%?
I don't have the hard number. I should have probably printed off that RFI for tonight, but I don't have those hard numbers. But if I recall correctly, it was not close enough to really warrant further investigation yet. Some places might end up, if a project impacts a certain area, and they might focus the median household income in the area on that census block. But since these projects are spread out, especially along the beach side, that breaking that down would very likely not meet that threshold.
All right. Are we done with our McKinnon-Creed representative? All right, thank you.
Yep.
I'm sure we're going to end up dragging you up here sooner or later for some more follow-up.
That's fine.
All right, discussion up here. Mr. Santor, I know you've been waiting.
Yeah, so I am in favor of this, but part of it has to do because, and maybe Mr. Martin could elaborate, that we're under a consent order from FDEP on some of these, and there is a 50% loan forgiveness, and this is only at the application stage, so we still have, at a later stage, we can reject this if we wanted to. Thank you.
Mr. Spradley?
No, I agree. I mean, we're in this predicament that we will always be in, which is we've got, water related issues that we have a lot of projects that we have to do, and then today we turn to paying for those projects. So what I see today is, and what's before us is just what has been cited by, with the words we just heard. This is the very beginning. This is where we get it off the ground. We've let him know some points that we want to have some refinement on, a little better idea of exactly what the loan would include, and that'll help us, but we've got to get it off the ground. So I would support going forward, and I appreciate that it's been said that we'll be getting answers to the questions that we've raised here today.
Mayor?
I think time critical. This application has to be in, if I read correctly, by the end of March, and we're fast approaching that. Again, it's just an application. It is not committing us to take the loan. It's not committing us, these are the projects we're going to do. It's just a step in the process, and I agree it needs to be done. I don't want to be kicking it down the road for another generation.
Further discussion?
Well, I'm with you. I'd like to see whatever details you submitted to come up with the 19 million.
The estimates.
Yeah.
Right. All right. I'll look for a motion before we open up public comment.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2026-18.
I'll second the motion.
All right, I have a motion and a second. I'll open this up public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item?
Green light. We're on. Benjamin Bellumer, visitor, Palm Coast. No commentary today. Just I wanted to point out it looked like some basic estimates were on page 388 of the packet. It's a page part of the presentation said, what about the costs? It breaks down, where am I at here? 1.9 for the lift stations, 8 million for stormwater master plan projects, and 3.7 million extra in soft costs. That might be, yeah, I didn't know if that was what the chair was mentioning or not.
Those were the ones he cited in the...
Gotcha. So not an exact breakdown, but I didn't know if that'd be helpful or not. But my other question was, and again, I'm just trying to follow along. The last estimates that I remember seeing about lift stations being rebuilt were in around the $300,000 range. And I know that one being rebuilt is not necessarily one, a brand new one being installed, but to go from 300,000 to 2 million per lift station is, I was just curious how or where that those changes came from, what the bigger differences are, maybe where the costs increase came from. And we're not talking very long ago. The Clubhouse Drive pump station was around $300,000. But now we have estimate here at 1.9 per lift station. So I was just curious how that number was landed on as well. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak on this item?
Rich Veland, 255 Ocean Palm Drive. I'm kind of agreeing with the last speaker. I'm trying to wrap my head around this $1.9 million per lift station. So my question, a little bit different, is, the infrastructure is there, meaning the piping's there, the electrical's there. How much would it cost to just rip it all out and put a brand new lifting station? It just seems like $1.9 million. I should be able to put a new lift station in brand new with the infrastructure there for a lot less. So I'm just curious. Thank you.
Any other members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back up here for discussion. And I myself am in agreement with both the speakers, and that's why, heard me say, where's those estimates at? Because I looked for them. I dug through, this item's 333 pages, and I dug through it trying to find them. And so that will help us out a lot, is having those estimates and figuring out, where this is all going, where's the money going to, why does it cost what it costs, and everything. But this is just a loan application, so, but we will, I'm sure everybody wants to know.
And I think we will be our work with Kim and Creed as well as Mr. Freeman to be able to differentiate exactly what they said. What is the difference between a $300,000 lift station repair and a $2 million? And I think we will be able to provide that information to you.
Right. Excellent. All right, so that addresses that. We have a motion and a second. Further discussion before we call the roll? Anything? All right, Penny, if you call the roll.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Yes.
Commissioner Santori?
Yes to motion?
Commissioner Spradley?
Yes to the motion.
Chair Cooley?
Yes, the motion passes unanimous. Move on to 6C, Resolution 2026-20. Drew.
Resolution 2026-20, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, approving change order number 1 for project number 623 to U.S. Water Services Corporation for asphalt restoration and scope adjustments and providing for an effective date.
All right, City Manager.
I'll turn this over to Mr. Freeman, who's been working with U.S. Water Services to address some of the questions that were shared with me during our one-on-one meetings.
All right, so U.S. Water Services, they originally provided a price to replace 8 valves in a project where we were abandoning several galvanized lines, and they were not required to do an on-site visit as part of the bid, and so they went based off the scope that was provided. And during that, they identified the 8 original valves that were to be replaced, and after the bid was awarded, they were on site, they started doing some investigation, started probing, and we discovered a couple things. The valves are located in the radius of the asphalt, so based on that, they're going to have to do some patching, cutting and patching in 6 locations. And then one of the lines on South 16th Street actually doesn't exist, so our maps are not correct. And so we discovered that after they were in the field and started probing. So if you look at the change order, you will see it's essentially for cutting and patching 6 areas of asphalt, and they are giving us a credit of $9,000 for 2 of the valves that are not getting replaced. So at the end of the estimate, we have a $13,431 change order.
All right, questions for the city engineer while he's up here? Mr. Sherman.
Yeah, you mentioned the maps. Do we have any idea when we're going to be able to, have some accurate maps? Because it seems as though this has been, not to get off the subject, but it just seems as though this has been a common thing that's been happening
with every project.
Yes. So I just, out of curiosity, is that, I'm not trying to get off topic here, but is that something that we're addressing? Because I'm glad we're getting credited back $9,000. It's great, but it's like a big miss here.
Right. So we are currently updating our maps. So we are using a program called Diamond Maps, and with Diamond Maps, we are actively adjusting those maps as we discover new things. So we have the ability to do that in-house. Previously, what we had done is the maps we're talking about were based on as-built drawings and maps that were provided to us by previous consultants. As we started going through them, we just happened to notice that there's things that are incorrect. So originally, the as-built drawings were not correct. Things were changed by unknown persons or unknown times, and we just happened to run into that quite a bit, unfortunately. As we do run across these issues, we are updating our map, and that's the beauty of having Diamond Maps, is that we can do that on the spot in-house.
Thank you.
Well, before you leave that topic, during budgeting, it was brought up there was a expensive mapping program that, it was GIS. So is this Diamond program different than the GIS, or is there overlap, or is this duplication?
No, it's not duplicated. What was included in the budget for GIS was in the planning department to start working with aligning the property appraisers, maps, and making the GIS systems accurate that are in line with the property appraiser. Mr. Freeman has issued tablets to staff, and they are, as he said, in real time, they can note changes on the maps, because if you've had a chance to look at some of the maps that we're operating off of, they're paper maps from 20, 30, 40 years ago with handwritten notes and things like that. So that's what we are trying to digitize our infrastructure records.
So is this program complementary to GIS?
Apples and oranges.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but with GIS, I don't think it includes any kind of infrastructure in it, the GIS mapping.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, this is something totally different.
Darn.
Good try.
Yep. It's working an angle. Commissioner Santori.
You answered a couple of my questions with your presentation there, but I'm just curious. The first question is, why wasn't an on-site inspection required?
So sometimes during the bidding process, it's harder to get some of the bidders on site. If you make it mandatory, you usually get less participation. So in an effort to get as much participation as possible, we didn't have a mandatory site visit during the bid process.
Okay, and then how many valves were removed from this? Was it one or two?
2 valves were removed.
Okay, so one of them you said didn't exist, and so is the other valve will need to be replaced later?
So one of the lines didn't exist. So the lines run between Central and Daytona. So there is a valve. There was, according to our as-built drawings, there was a valve at each end. So there's 2 valves on that one line. So those 2 now are going to be removed from the original bid.
And will they need to be fixed later?
No, because the line's not there.
Okay, thank you.
So Commissioner Santori brings up a good point. I guess something that we need to think about is, should having an on-site, quote, we'll call it, be done, should that be mandatory because of the condition our maps are in? Or you risk every single project getting done is going to have change orders that could throw you for a loop for any amount of money. City manager, you got any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would agree that the on-site, whether they're mandatory or whether you at least hold them and encourage any prospective bidders, there is a difference between making them mandatory. You know, if somebody doesn't show up, they're not eligible to bid on the project. So I think that's what part of Mr. Freeman's direction was. But you can still have an on-site meeting and encourage any bidders. You just don't make it mandatory, and you're at least have them more familiar with the conditions surrounding the projects.
I don't know how y'all feel about that, or it just seems to be like we do a lot of change orders because of this exact reason, Mayor.
We do. I just worry if it were to be made mandatory that we would dwindle our pool of bidders down to, say, 1 for a project versus the 2 or 3 or 4 we hope for that we need. That would be my only.
Yeah, we had 2 bidders on this, just for your records.
Mr. Santori.
Are there any other standard practices, such as we pay a fee for them to come out, to do a inspection, and that way at least they're compensated for that, or we work something in the contract where a change order may not be allowed to happen without doing a visual inspection first, at least?
Well, one of the things that we have in place now, we have contractors on a continuing contract, and we didn't have them at the time that this was put out to bid. With that method of having a contractor on board, so what we can do is actually have them come, have an on-site meeting, and then of course we can look at everything and negotiate it. That's one of the big differences that we have with doing it that way. This was just an advertised bid, and we did not have a continuing contractor on this.
City manager, is it practical or realistic to, if we have an upcoming project we're going to send out to bid, to have staff go to that particular area and map it for accuracy? Or is that not realistic?
I think it depends on the project. You know, whether if it's the underground stuff, we do have now the ground penetrating radar that we can do a better job of assessing some of the underground infrastructure. But it's all on a case-by-case basis. But yeah, I think that we should at least have announce a on-site meeting, not necessarily make it mandatory, but invite prospective bidders to come and participate.
Okay. I didn't want to belabor it. It's just, seems like we keep banging our heads against the wall over this one. Mr. Cunningham.
On the background on your report, it says during construction, so this hasn't been done yet? The valve's been replaced?
They have not been replaced yet.
So no work's been done on any of these?
Not on this particular one, no.
Because I went to all these locations and it looks like the roads were open cut
That was during their investigation. That's what they did. They discovered this at that time.
Oh, and they determined they needed another $13,000 to replace the asphalt. So this work hasn't not been done.
No, it has not.
Just the during construction is what is making me question it. Making me think it's already been done.
Yeah, so they originally had 3 projects with us. U.S. Water was the low bidder on 3 projects, and so they began the work on 2 of the other projects. This was the 3rd project.
That's it.
Okay. Further discussion? I'll look for a motion for public comment.
Make a motion to approve resolution 2026-20.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'll open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak to this agenda item?
Sorry, I'm just really curious on this. So the city engineer says that, there was a line that was originally.
Can you just state your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, Rich Feeling, 255 Ocean Pop Drive, thank you. Yeah, so he mentioned that there was a line that was supposed to be worked on between Central and Daytona. I think it was diesel water lines. You know, my engineering background says that water has to flow through a line. If that line's missing, what's the possibility that line somewhere else needs to be found and be repaired? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak to this agenda item? Seeing no one close public comment. Further discussion or call roll? All right, Penny, if you call roll.
Commissioner Cunningham,
Yes.
Commissioner Santori,
Yes to motion?
Commissioner Spradley,
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Chair Cooley.
Yes to the motion. Motion passes unanimous. You all okay with continuing? All right. You?
Yeah.
Okay. Resolution 2026-23. Drew?
Resolution 2026-23, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, approving a proposal from 3B's Custom Concrete, Inc. for the installation of Miami curbs located at various southern alley locations throughout the city and authorizing a not-to-exceed amount of $87,561 for the work.
All right, City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Mr. Freeman will come up and address. I'm glad former Commissioner Belhumeur is here. This is actually another project that he had some input on based upon some of the flooding that occurs on his properties flowing down from the side streets into the alleys. So this is an effort to move forward with some improvements in that regard. So, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you. So currently on our alleys, we have been adding aprons as a method of trying to reduce some of the damage that's caused to the edge of the asphalt, when you have the aprons meeting up with the asphalt, as cars drive over it, there's a lot of damage there, as well as there's a lot of runoff that comes from the side streets. It runs down the alleys, and we've had some issues where it can actually get into some of the people's yards and causes some nuisance flooding. So as we started putting aprons for approximately $5,000 per apron, one of the things that came up was it still doesn't prevent the water from running down into the alleys. One of the methods that we've done in the past is actually installed these asphalt curbs. The asphalt curbs, after about 6 months, just didn't last. So we decided to come up with a separate option, and one of the things that came up with was basically putting a Miami curb along the road at the edge of the asphalt, 40 foot long. And what this will do is first of all, it prevents the damage from vehicles traveling on the alley onto the road, and then on the other hand, it also diverts the stormwater from going into the alleys, and it'll continue on a westward path. So we've identified, we would like to do this with all the alleys in the city. We've identified 26 of them, and that's what this is for. It's for 26 locations.
And those 26 locations, I'm assuming, are the biggest problem spots that we have?
They are some of the biggest problems. But like I said, we would like to continue this citywide.
All right. Questions for the city engineer while he's up here? Mr. Santori.
I have just a few requests on these. And this is someone else helped me make these questions, but can the curbs that need to be placed such that they can accommodate future swale improvements?
So that can be done. So the Miami curbs at each end, if we do swale improvements, we can actually add a flume at the end of each one of them to direct it to swales in the future if we were to install them.
Okay. And he asked me to confirm that the subbase work. It's supposed to be 6 inches of subbase with an LBR of 40 feet and asphalt work. So Sparks was specific in their quote, but 3B was not.
Right. So one of the things you're talking about there is that's with lime rock. So LBR, it's a lime rock bearing ratio. That's whenever you're doing asphalt. In this case, we're doing concrete, so there won't be any lime rock underneath the concrete, so we don't have to worry about LBRs.
But that was in the other bid, correct?
Sparks did have that, and 3Bs did not. You're correct.
Okay. Let's see, the city scope says contractors responsible to protect utilities, but 3B scope says that they're not responsible for damage to utilities. Who will be on the hook?
So one of the things we'll do is we do locates during all construction projects, and we'll make sure that during the locates we'll identify where any of our utilities are to make sure we avoid any conflicts. Now, the curbs aren't very deep. They're only going to be approximately 9 inches deep, so we don't anticipate any conflicts with our utilities.
Okay, a couple more questions. What will be the length? Sparks was specific with 40 foot each, and 3B was not.
So each one's going to be 40 feet. So they may not have spelled it out, but I know that they have the amounts. They just didn't spell out that each one is 40 feet, but they were given a scope, so they know what that is.
Okay. The last one is, will only one side of the alley be done at a time to make sure there's access to the other end?
Yeah, so that's one of the things we talked with them about. So whoever the winning bidder is, we're going to have to work out MOT and just figure out how we're going to keep alleys open. What I don't want is to create a problem where there's just no access. So that's something we'll have to work out as we get started during our pre-construction meeting.
Thank you.
Questions for city engineer?
I do.
Mr. Cunningham.
What's going to be behind the back side of the Miami curb?
So what they currently have, it's a graded surface, so that's what will be on the back side.
Well, I'll tell you what's going to happen with Miami curb when it's coming off of the asphalt and it doesn't have something like a poured driveway behind it to support it. When heavy trucks, like the garbage trucks that go down the alleys, they're going to run over it and it's going to separate from the asphalt and fold right over and bury in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Guarantee you. There's got to be a plan to stabilize the back side of that curb where it's just going to separate from the road.
Right. And that's something that, so what we'll do is we'll monitor that, and if we have to put some lime rock behind the backside, we can easily do that, and that's something we could do in-house.
I know you don't need to have LVRs, but you got to have some kind of compaction test to make sure it's stabilized.
So the general requirement is if you are digging in virgin soil and you're putting a foundation, that you don't have to provide any compaction. And so what they're going to be doing is basically digging in virgin soil.
It's sand.
Right. So they'll be digging down in that, which is virgin soil.
The alleys, there's nothing more pervious than sand, obviously. The alleys redirect some of the water when we're having a huge rain event. And if you divert 100% of the water from not being able to get into the alley to perk into the ground, it's going to be getting sent down to the bottom where everybody floods. all the water will go down there.
Correct. And that's one of the reasons, so in the future, that's why we want to do some swale improvements towards the west end of our streets, Flagler and Daytona, so that we can divert water into those swales.
I was looking at some historical imagery too, and some of the alleys had swales on both sides in the 30-foot right-of-way, 30-foot easement of the city. But they've been filled in. I mean, that's the way the alleys were designed, to capture water. I mean, how did you base your criteria on identifying which ones were being done? Were people calling you, or how did you observe it?
We just looked at the ones that were currently, they didn't have any protection on them, so we just identified starting from the north and heading south. Like I said, we're moving to do this citywide, and all of our alleys are on the south side.
Yeah, there's none on the north. I'm telling you, as much Miami curb as I put in, city standard, Miami, whichever, if you don't have it, a stabilized base under it, and something stabilizing it on the back side of it, it's going to fold right apart from the asphalt. I mean, you can evaluate it, and you'll see when it happens. I just want to prevent that from happening. I have to completely redo them.
And that's one of the reasons that we're also adding 2 number 5s in them, just to make sure that we don't have any issues with them breaking up.
Well, rebar and fiber mesh will help, but it's still going to separate from the road, where it's on the edge of the road. And why is there such a big difference between the two quotes from Sparks and 3Bs? I mean, that's a huge gap.
We often get bidders with this big discrepancies. I can't always answer that question.
Were they not given the scope that was?
Yes, they were. They're both given the same scope.
I mean, all I'm seeing is a detail sheet for Miami curb on the index sheet. How is the Miami curb going to blend back in on each end?
It'll stop at each end. It'll just be a straight stop at each end.
Yeah, I mean, there needs to be a design for that.
So Miami curbing is a standard drawing.
What's that?
The Miami curbing is a standard drawing in our city details.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm talking about how it's going to end at each end.
So,
I'm
like
just
I
seeing
said,
a profile plan of an index sheet of a Miami curb. You got to have more than that to go on.
So there won't be curbing for it to tie into at each end, so it just stops. And so what will happen is, as water hits the Miami curbing, and once it gets to the end, it'll just continue going along the shoulder of the road. That's what happens right now. If you've seen any of our
It races at a high velocity down the hill to where all the people do actually flood. That's just going to make it pick up speed. I believe there needs to be some more thought put in this, honestly. I think the alleyways were there for a reason, and that was to let some of the water come off the street and go down the alleys to perk into the ground. And now you're not gonna let any water into the alleys, right? Is that the plan?
That's the plan.
Yeah, I don't like that plan. Cause they catch a lot of water. That's it.
All right. Other questions for the city engineer while he's up? All right, thank you, city engineer. Oh, you know what? Sorry, I had a couple. So, I'm hearing this discussion and everything, I guess, and I'm not a subject matter expert, but would it make sense to plan on preemptively just putting rock behind them, like what Commissioner Cunningham was talking about? Since they're in such a soft area, would it just make sense to have that be part of it?
On the backside, absolutely. And that's something we could do in-house.
Okay. And as far as like directing the water, so it brings up another question. So we're going to get the water out of the alleys, and we're going to keep it from flooding out those houses, which is good. But then we're going to send it down the street to another area that floods. Should the swales down there be done first or at the same time? Is it possible to do them in conjunction with each other so
it is.
We don't solve one problem and make another problem?
Absolutely. We can definitely do the swales along Flagler and Daytona in those areas. We could do those at the same time.
Yeah, that to me sounds ideal. And I guess the question is, what would we need to do to get both those projects rolling? So this is quoted, and, we're looking for approval, but what about the other stuff? Do we need to get that through?
So we have a standard detail for our swales. We can put the scope together and bring that forward to the commission for consideration at a later date.
City manager, what's your thoughts on that? I really think that's the way to go, is to get them both rolling
Yeah,
at the same time.
I don't think that's wrong. And, again, as he indicated, we have the standard detail for swales. We are required to, we don't actually have the best specific equipment to dig out swales, which is why we contract with a lot of those, because the contractors have more appropriate buckets to excavate the swales. So yeah, we can move forward and get something like that. And if we need to slow walk the Miami curve for the time being until we can do them in conjunction, and we can figure out how quickly we can move that forward.
Right, maybe expedite that swale project and then slow walk the curve and just.
Correct. Right. We have our purchasing policy indicates how long we have to advertise the bids for, and so we can do the minimum with that and move it forward otherwise.
Yeah, and I guess my 2 cents would be to have that be part of the motion, have that be in conjunction. Probably need your help with that one, Drew. But I definitely would not want to fix one problem to make another. That caught me in that discussion, so appreciate it, Commissioner Cunningham. Other discussion? Commissioner Spradley.
Yeah, I feel like I'm an observer here since I'm also a non-engineer. So when I appreciate Commissioner Cunningham chiming in on his observations, weighing his experience, and then hearing our city engineer answer these questions. Because again, we're back to the same spot. We're looking at work that's got to be done. So I appreciate the fact that it looks like there's communication from the board to the city engineer, and it looks like we've got a path ahead. It looks like, and it looks like some of the suggestions from Commissioner Cunningham are good ones that seem like they can be implemented, which is even better. So I appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, further discussion or motion before we do public comment?
I can do one other suggestion. Whenever we're having a downpour, go out there and ride and take a look at what's going on. That's what I do.
Mm-hmm.
When it's pouring down rain, I'm in my truck riding all over town. Then you can see what's actually happening. That's it.
All right, look for a motion before public comment.
Make a motion for Resolution 2026-23
To approve it?
to approve.
I'll second.
All right, motion and second, I'll open this up, public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item?
Chair, can I ask you a quick question? I heard the motion, but didn't we want to include something about the swales being involved?
Oh, yeah, it would need to be, like an as amended or Drew.
Well, I'll put language out there, and the motion maker and the second can decide if they want to add it to the motion. The language I had in mind to tie in the commission conversation was approval of the resolution, adding to that approval of the resolution, direction to staff that the project not commence, or that the project be commenced at a time commensurate with the improvement of the swales in the areas that will be receiving that water.
So with those additions and with the sub-base work that Commissioner Cunningham recommended?
The sub-base work, do you mean, just so the record is clear, is that the shoring up behind the Miami curb, or is that?
Yeah, shoring up behind it and along with the swales at the.
Right. I just want to make sure that was what was included by sub-base. That's what, so sub-base is lining up with that, okay.
And same for the second.
All right, Commissioner Valhumer.
All right. Valhumer, Flagler Beach. I bet you can't guess what I was doing while I was gone. Looking at alleys. I don't know, city engineer say he started at the north end and worked his way south. And he's starting at 17th Street. I mean, you've got the downtown neighborhood that has Miami curbing already, and that ends at 9th Street. So what about 9th to 17th? All your alleys that come up, your Central Avenue alleys between A1A and Central, are all flat. But no water runs in them. The major part where all the water's running into the alleys is between Central and Daytona. Then you go down between Daytona and Flagler, and they're all flat. Not all of them, but 90% of them are. Out of the ones they're talking about. So I was promised that the next time they got into doing something with these alleys, that my property would be included on 15th Street. So I've been waiting for two rounds of putting these aprons on the in the alleys, and it's been. I think we're going down the path of the manhole covers and just doing them all. Let's do the worst ones first. Doesn't make sense to do ones that don't need it. What I passed out to you was what one of my home buyers did in front of his 3-car driveway. That's 9 years old, and it diverts the water, every speck of it. Every one of these lateral streets, when it rains hard, the water comes down in a different area of the street. No two of them are alike. Now, I don't know where these Miami curbs are going to be. Are they going to be where the asphalt is now, or where it ends in the alley? So then if you move it back into the alley, now you got to get it back out on the street again. So they're not going to be straight, but if they're cut into the asphalt, then the statement that was made it would be dug into virgin ground is not true, because you'd be cutting out asphalt and putting your curb in there. Third thing, if the water's coming down the hill 100 miles an hour and it gets into Miami curb, hell, it can just go across and straight out the other side. Where a berm, if you have the angle, if you look at the front edge of that berm that was built for $500, by the way, $3,300 a piece you're talking about, and we're not doing the ones that need it worst. And promises are being broke again.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public want to speak to this agenda item?
Hi, Benjamin Bellumer, Palm Coast visitor. I was trying to follow along as far as the origins of all of this, because what I'm reading in the packet is that a local company made a proposal to have the work done. I didn't see anything anywhere about this being prioritized as far as the stormwater master plan, or that bid package was put out. Now, that's not saying that there wasn't one. I'm just not seeing it anywhere. So was this open for bidding, and these were the only two bids that we got? Because we're seeing a stark contrast between the two, but we're in the agenda packet, the company that made the initial proposal was on one date, and the other company was the very next day. So are these the results of open bidding, or was this, as it's written in the packet, a just an offhand proposal from a local company? And again, I'd like to ask if if these improvements with the Miami curbing on the west flowing streets, I'll say, as far as the water's concerned, was all this part of the stormwater master plan? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this agenda item? And seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it up here for discussion. Penny, are you familiar with this enough to be able to speak to the bidding and the package and all that stuff?
My assumption is that it was from that same approved list of contractors that you commission had previously approved. They had already been vetted, and we reached to that list to get quotes. I don't know how many he reached out to. That'd be a question for the engineering department.
Okay. And just to respond to the first comment, city manager, city engineer. So I know, and I get it. We have to start. You got to start somewhere, right? And the intent is, if this is successful, we're going to do it across the city. City manager, city engineer. Is there a phase 2 in the works, or considered, or do you have? Is there a running list of the problem spots out there, prioritized based on how bad they are?
I think that's based upon the observation from the staff that works out in the field, and I think 26 of these is going to take a while to complete. Then we'll be able to evaluate them and determine if there is a phase 2, as indicated. I live on an alley. I live on an alley between Central and Daytona, and my alley has a significant drop-off when you go there. I don't think the Miami curb's going to do anything into my alley, but my neighbor that lives behind me off the Daytona side, she hates the water there. She's like, she's a low spot. Apparently the church that is on the Daytona side further toward 9th Street, when they did some work, they raised their elevation, so now it's her yard that gets flooded all the time. So I think, as was mentioned, these need to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis going forward.
Okay. All right. Further discussion? Any comments or anything?
The picture Rick gave us, that's a great solution right there. For $500, I mean, can we rethink this and save a ton of money? Because this won't break apart. This is sitting right on top of the existing asphalt.
I know that in the past, as Mr. Freeman indicated, this has not been as successful. I don't know what street this is located on? 17. Okay. And like you said, we've had aspects of it done before. We could probably try this on another basis or test trial as well, to see where it works or where it doesn't.
Be a good test. At least sanity check, because stormwater, you know, I'm okay with this project. I'm okay with 20 other projects. I'm okay with experimenting. I'm okay with doing anything as long as it's doing something. Because we've gone too long, and Commissioner Sherman, you know the pains we've had of, like, over the years of stuff not getting done. So I'm okay with this, I'm okay with other experiments as well too. You know, this project might not be the end all be all, and the city could go after looking at that as well. All right, so we got any other, Commissioner Santori?
Yeah, so I did a similar thing and went out there and to analyze, the roadways where it meets the alleys, and I saw some of those, speed humps in this photograph, and most of it looks freshly poured. And I think when I had my conversation with Mr. Freeman, he said that these have failed before too. And also, it's quite the hump to go over before you impact the limestone, which as that limestone gets more compacted over the time, it doesn't seem like it's draining as well compared to when it's loose. I talked to Paul McKeeka on the matter, and he said that he felt rather comfortable that he saw what he was trying to do with this project, and while I was out there today, I saw a neighbor walking his dogs, and he spoke to me, and he was complaining about what was currently there, saying it wasn't working.
Which one's that?
Yeah, so I can provide this to Penny if needed. I will. So yeah, it's basically the similar style. So I'm not a stormwater expert by no means. I just tried to research this as much as I could, and it seems I'm more concerned about the downstream of it. So but you already brought that up. So I want to make sure this is the first part of multiple steps if we address this.
All right. Any other discussion?
The ones that have been done on the alleys don't look like this. I don't know who did them, but they weren't done correctly. I know what they were trying to do, but they're not good. I don't know who did it. And I could see them failing. They're not even straight. Whoever did this did a great job.
All right. Look for roll call.
The motion was amended to include, okay, I got you. I just
Yeah.
want to make sure I had it all.
It's going to have the rock, the other project coincide with it, all that stuff.
Commissioner Santori,
Yes to motion?
Commissioner Spradley,
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham,
Yes.
Chair Cooley.
Yes, the motion. Motion passes unanimous. Y'all still doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Resolution 2026-29, Drew.
Resolution 2026-29, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, approving Amendment 3 to State Revolving Fund Loan Agreement WW180131 Wastewater Treatment Plant with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, accepting additional financing, revised loan terms, and updated contract, civil rights and Davis-Bacon Act requirements, and providing for an effective date.
All right, City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the next phase of the state revolving fund loan for the wastewater treatment plant. We can only be issued $20 million per year. So we have the original $17 million that was the city was obligated to, and this is the next $20 million. Difference between this one and the first $17 million was at a 0.33% interest rate. This $20 million will be calculated at 1.87%. In all likelihood, we'll ask for the last 20 million, or actually it'd be somewhat less than that, about 15 million when we're eligible to seek the final phase of funding next year. This is to keep the process moving forward for the financing for the city's new wastewater treatment plant.
All right, discussion. We've covered this many times. Commissioner Santori.
Yeah, I'd like to know how we're going to pay back these loans. I wasn't sure if with this new wastewater treatment plant and the Miranda Bay Summertown agreements, are we allowed to charge them the CIAC fees, which are the connection fees? And also I want to know, does the 2024 impact fee study reflect the most up-to-date construction costs for the wastewater treatment plant? When could a new study begin, and when is the current impact fee phasing complete? City Manager, maybe you can answer that for me.
We just did a fee study. I think it's 4 years, I believe. Yeah. And I believe we did the max amount too, if I remember right.
It kicked us into the 4-year phase in. There was a 2-year phase in and a 4-year phase in. It kicked us into, the amount kicked us into 4-year phase in.
I believe this is we're in year one of the higher rate. Because
This was recent.
This is the original effort with, the original Carson Bice, Tischler Bice was the one that worked on the first ones, and then we went, he was the one that offered it was the other people that did the mobility fee. But, yeah, I think we're in first year or second year of the maximum amount.
That's right. I'm not sure if we're in year 1 or year 2, and when it started, because when we adopted it, it would have been the next fiscal year that we started charging it. So that might be why we're still in year 1.
And because this is new construction, we can use impact fees for that. We can't use impact fees to repay the loan application if you accept the loan for the first revolving loan fund issue, because that's not new infrastructure related to growth, but the wastewater treatment is. So we will be able to utilize the water and sewer, because we combine them, the water and sewer impact fees for the construction of the wastewater treatment plant.
And as far as if we feel like we need to charge more fees to help fund this, I mean, is it possible, maybe Mr. Smith can answer this, are there connection fees we can charge under Chapter
Connection
180?
fees are a straight pass-through. Connection fees are the cost of the connection. We cannot create new impact fees. That is the state program is what's limiting us on impact fees.
Right, but is Chapter 180 considered an impact fee too?
You mean Chapter 180, you mean?
For connections.
Connections are straight pass-through. Connection is not an impact fee. Connection is paying the cost of connection. That's why it's not an impact fee.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Martin, yeah, kind of to piggyback off what Commissioner Santori had mentioned about the impact fees that we will receive from Summertown and Veranda Bay. One, how soon will those start coming in? And two, I don't know if you have these numbers or if you could get these numbers for us, how much we could see that we could actually apply to this. You know, again, my thought would be is if we can, you know, if possible, use as much as that of those impact fees as possible to, you know, help pay down some of this debt before we have to burden the tax base again.
As far as timing goes, the timing of impact fees, the earliest we can require payment of it is at building permit.
Okay.
So developers
the
always
individual-
are able to prepay if they want to, but we cannot require payment before the.
We cannot require. Okay. Do you have any rough estimates as to?
I seem to remember making that calculation. I'd have to find the paperwork, but yeah, I can get that number to you based on when each new house is added or commercial. I can get you those numbers.
Now, the existing properties that are in the Veranda Bay portion are, you know, like their spec homes and different things like that. Were those impact fees paid to the county due to the fact that they weren't in our municipality? But we were responsible for their water though, and sewer.
I believe those impact fees came to us. I think the permitting fees went to the county.
Okay.
But I'll verify that as well.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question.
Is there,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Was you gonna say something?
No, you.
Obviously, this is a lot of money. Have we already done a rate study to see how much, the cost is gonna be to residents that are gonna have to pay all this money back?
I believe there's been some rate studies done in the past, and we'll obviously put in for another one to do in the next fiscal year so that we can have a better understanding of where they're going to go.
So there's been rate studies done for the wastewater treatment plant of how it's gonna be paid back by the taxpayers.
I believe that there was a previous rate study done based upon the estimated cost of the wastewater treatment plant, and I can
Was
confirm
it
that.
based on the one that was 17 million or one based on
That's what I'd
28
have to,
million?
that's what I'd have to go back and review.
I'd like to see that.
I'll get you that information.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was based, well, it was based on the old one.
Yeah.
All right, further discussion? Look for a motion before we open this up for public comment. No motion? Maybe 2026, yes, 29.
29. I'll make the motion that we approve, resolution 2026-29.
Great. I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'll open this up for public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Further discussion? Can you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Santori,
Yes to motion.
Commissioner Spradley,
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham,
Yes.
Chair Cooley.
Yes to the motion. Motion passes unanimous. Item F, Resolution 2026-30. Drew?
Resolution 2026-30, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, approving the standard design template for 30-foot rights-of-way, providing for conflict and providing for an effective date.
All right, City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This issue had actually been discussed with Mr. Freeman and I, but it kind of came to a head at the last meeting with the consideration of a site plan located off of a 30-foot right-of-way. So this is an effort to, and all you're doing tonight is you're approving the design standard. There's no project before you tonight. It's only the design standard. So this is a product of which I have a sample here. It's flexible component. It basically is a different style of geocell, which we use geocells for our parking pavers. It's filled in with, it's placed on a base, it's filled with stone, and then it's coated or covered with crushed shell. So this provides a stabilized base and an appropriate cover. And what we would like to do is, if this design standard is approved, is have a couple of test cases where we could improve some of the alleyways, specifically two alleyways that provides the only access to their homes. So those are two segments on Oak Place, one section north of 19th Street and one section south of South 21st Street. So we can, if this design standard is approved, we can prepare project drawings and solicit proposals and bring it back to you for review and consideration. But the first step of this is approving this design standard so that we can make use of that instead of simply putting down gravel or crushed shell and having to continue to replace that because the road is not stabilized. It's also better than pavement because then we'd have to put in other stormwater mechanisms and things like this. So this is a process or a product and a template that we would like to use, and then there may be other areas that we can consider this use for. Specifically, as I've talked with some of you, the area around Pine Tree Lane, that area, which is actually number one on the McKimmon Creed list. It was first brought to this commission for consideration, and there was concern about the cost. Well, if this works on these small scale projects, this may be an alternative to put in a stabilized road that is pervious in nature in an area where the road typically becomes impassable during heavy rains or floods. So I can show you this box here, show you what the product is like, but again, this is only for a seeking approval of the design standard, and then staff will prepare projects to bring forward for you that.
All right, discussion.
Would you mind explaining or you were the city engineer, just for the record, explaining the ingenuity behind how this would work? Road being stripped down, the tech, just basically explaining for the public's knowledge, for the record?
Correct. What we'll do is the plan would be to excavate the road to a certain standard, which it shows you that there'd be a base of stone, base depth of 4 to 5 inches minimum of crushed stone. Then you'll put the geocell on top of that, fill the geocell much like we do our parking pavers, and then you'll top it with crushed shell.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Santori.
Yeah, I'm in favor of this material. It seems like the geocell will hold up very well and allows the ground to be impervious with the water. My only concern was, do we need some kind of low-profile concrete header for the edge stability? These roads are only 20 foot wide, and maybe they won't get a ton of traffic, but something like a garbage truck going around, on the edge could destabilize and cause some issues. But it seems to be more economical than asphalt paving and also is permeable. So those are my thoughts on it. Thanks.
All right. Commissioner Cunningham?
I'll put these in before. They are effective. And Oak Place, it's a 30-foot right-of-way, but it's not an alley. It's a road. It's a place, Oak Place. And that's the only ingress, egress for homeowners going to the north of 19. Going to the south, when I drove down there, there's people that are parked on there, but they still have their primary on the paved road on the other side. We shouldn't have any residents' primary only entrance be dirt. So do the north. Do the north first.
What do you mean by do the north first?
No, I think we're fully in line. I think we're talking about the same thing. Is there are residents on the north portion of Oak Place, north of 19th Street, that is their primary, their sole access, not just primary, that is their sole access to their home. And I think those are the alleyways, the 30-foot rights of way, whether you call them an alley, a street, but that's what we are proposing, is to have a standard design. So I don't want to do this for the previous site plan that you turned down because of concerns with an alley. This is not intended for that. This is, I agree fully, 100% with Commissioner Cunningham, that if somebody's sole access to their house is a alley, an unimproved street, whatever you want to call it, I think it's incumbent upon us to address those. And I think this is the first step, the design template, that we can now move forward with those projects on those areas.
Okay.
The 2% side slope, there can't be a crown. Well, I know there can be a crown, but why wouldn't we do that? We're going to send all the water to whichever side of the street in the alley, instead of having a crown where it sheds off of both sides.
And I would have to defer to the design specs or Mr. Freeman as to what a benefit is, what is one benefit over the other, that's all.
Yeah. So in answer to that, it can have a crown and it's 2% max, so it could be level. It's one of those things where most of the properties, they slope from east to west. And so my fears were that by putting a crown on there and having water puddle up a lot more on the east side of it might be problematic, which was one of the reasons where I would probably lean towards either flat or a minimum 2% slope towards the west.
Yeah, I agree 2% is almost flat. That's very little. But having a crown in it, you would be able to have more time to perk into the ground through the pavers or through the geogrid.
Now, one option is to actually have a zero slope.
Yeah. Okay.
Further discussion? My question is more procedural. Design template for alleys is what we're doing. And I get this is an experiment and this is for certain targeted locations, but if we are approving this as a design template for we'll call it the roads for the alley, the dirt roads, I worry about locking us in citywide if any work's going to be done in an alley, that we're going to say, well, we have to follow this design template that commission approved. That might not be the best solution for another spot. Is there any unintended consequences with going forward with this?
I don't think any of the alleys, we just did a pavement management plan. I don't think the city, at least staff-wise, has any intention of trying to improve alleys. I mean, again, I live on an alley. I don't think there's any reason to improve my alley. And so, again, I think if we limit this to those areas where it is sole access to a residential property, not a commercial property, but sole access to a residential property, I think it's a good start point, and figure out how we go forward with that.
Okay, Drew?
Follow up on your concern though, and would it be possible, Dale or Bill, either one, or would it cause any problems if the city commission approved this as a non-exclusive design template for the unimproved alleyways? That way, to the chair's point, if you had one that didn't fit the mold, you weren't locked into this design. Would that create any problems for you in implementation if they adopted this as one approved design template, but not necessarily the exclusive design template?
I like that.
I guess my only concern is then who's going to end up making the choice. You know, if this is our standard design time, I mean, this can all be part of a budget, or these type of projects are going to have to come before you for approval anyway. But that would be my only concern is, okay, you're giving people a choice. Who's making the choice? Well, I don't like that design. I'd rather you do the other design. Things like that.
Ultimately, it's the city's right of way, so it would be the city's decision at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But you're right; it could cause that friction.
Yeah, and I'm just worried about if we have to do work on an alley, the first 50 foot of it, say, gets washed down, then all of a sudden now we're going to be changing an alley to this design?
I would only argue that if we want to improve the alley. If there's a reason for that, you know, we could just continue to grade it or put gravel down or things like that, but I
Okay.
think that would be,
So this would not end up getting pushed into the repair realm. Repairs are repairs. If we decide to improve it, then it would follow the template.
correct. And there may be areas, I think it was raised on, like, some of the alleys. Again, if there's areas that the garbage truck that has to use, we might have to consider that further on, but again, right now we want to start with the limited scope and see how it works.
Right. Okay, and just,
Sorry. We're talking about only doing this for sole access homeowners, right?
Correct, and if there are other ones that, you know, we tried to do a quick map from the property appraisers, you know, yeah, we don't want to do it on my alley. There's no reason to improve my alley to this start, but I think that's a good starting point, is especially to have, if a resident sole access is off an alley, I think it's incumbent upon us to improve or maintain that alley access to a standard of better accessibility instead of a dirt road.
I agree.
and just for insight, I talked with the city manager and I said, well, if this is for access, you know, that's the only place they have, then to me, that's the street. Like, why aren't we paving it? And in some spots, paving would actually make it worse. You're getting into drainage issues and all. This is, you know, the water will just hit it, percolate, and so that made sense to me, because I've always been of the mindset of, you know, if somebody lives on a road or a street, it should be paved. He said, well, if you do that, you potentially create a problem or exacerbate a problem. So he did cover that. All right, further discussion before I open this up, public comment. All right, we'll open this up, public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item?
Strike, 1839 Oak Place. Wow, where to begin? I guess I need to ask the question, what are we going to do with the mess that's been created in the last 2 weeks? It's now worse. What do they do? They come and get the millings from South Central and go over and just throw it out there on top of the silt, on top of the leaves, on top of the sticks, on top of the stones. It's a mess, and now it's like riding a buckboard all the way down. Now we've got these millings. And then I see Mr. Freeman out here this past week, and he says, oh, we're going to bring something over here to roll it. and roll it in and roll it in, and we're going to roll this in, and then we'll come back, and then I hear that we're going to come back and we're going to scrape it all off and level it all off and put down crushed stone. In the meantime, just doing a little bit of research on this, the millings. A pavement top surface, asphalt millings can actually migrate due to intense weather conditions and heavy use. So this actually contaminates the new environments the asphalt millings enter. For example, bitumen binder is used in asphalt paving and contains polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, which are pollutants. These compounds are carcinogenic and toxic to marine life. I hate the word carcinogenic. I've had cancer caused from carcinogens, and it wasn't a very fun thing. Then, no matter, I just don't know, and how long? So you get this plan on what you're going to do, and we don't live on it. By the way, that is not, our Oak Place is a street. It is a bona fide street according to per the post office, to the former commissioner that designated that is so. When that came up was Larry Newsom. It is a street. We're not an alley. They abandoned part of the road that went in front of our houses at one time, which is a whole nother story. But you can't pave that road, because if you pave the road, it won't perk. It doesn't perk, and we have to have the shell on it. But now what do we do? So what are we going to do now? The latest I heard is we have to wait for it to get into a budget, to be worked into a budget. So we have to live with this buckboard that we're living on now, and with hurricane season coming, it's going to move these millings probably into our yards. Something needs to be done now. All that mess needs to be scraped off and taken away, including the silt, as if like we're taking a rabid dog out to the woods or something. I mean, take it away. Get it out of Flagler, because the silt goes into the estuary, and that's what causes us to flood, is the silting that's running into the estuaries around here. There was an email that my husband had sent that said apparently to a commissioner, it says apparently city operations didn't get the memo yesterday while walking down Oak Place that Mrs. Sorton didn't have to drive down the buggy trail. Can I keep talking?
You can have another minute.
Thank you. And jostle her rehab gains. Happened along with Mr. Freeman. Long story short, Mr. Freeman told my wife that he was going to bring in a roller and compact the polluted material dumped this past week. My forehead can't get any more flat from banging it into the wall every time the city tries to do anything on Oak Place. Please kindly forward yesterday's email to operations. It is now raining. I have no doubt the carcinogens are headed directly toward the estuaries we speak to damage the marine environment. Kindly advise. And then there's another one that follows behind this. I just, no matter what we ask for here, it seems like Flagler Beach should come out and you do exactly opposite. Don't understand, like my husband says, why I'm a dumb old construction guy, 45 years in the business, that knows about these things, and why do the people that are paid literally six-figure salaries, city managers, stormwater supers, public works, city engineers, and city planners don't know how to handle this problem? Or they sit there and make it worse by plowing up South Central and just going out there and throwing it all over. Now we have it's a terrible mess now. So how long are we going to have to wait for this? Next summer, after the budget? Need to know.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this agenda item?
Rick Bell, we're in Flagler Beach. I just went on another field trip. So the 1200 block of South Flagler has 12 homes on it. Has 2 driveways on the road. All the other houses have primary access in the alley. So this isn't the only place, just letting you know. That's 9 of the 11 houses on that road are access from the alley. There's only 2 driveways on that whole block.
All right, thank you. Anyone else for public comment on this agenda item?
Can you say something again about the egress and ingress on Oak Place?
We already had, yeah. Anybody else for public comment? All right, I'll close public comment, bring it up here for discussion. the city manager or city engineer's question about ETA on this project. Do we have one?
Not right now. If you approve this, I've asked Mr. Freeman to get cost estimates on it, or at least prepare the project. Once we get that cost, we'll share it with you. And we do not have, right now, we spent approximately 3/4, if not more than that, of our paving budget on redoing South Central. We had $287,000 in the budget for paving. We spent approximately $230,000 on South Central. So if it comes in, when we get the cost estimate, we can bring it back to you. And if you want to use reserves or other, move money around, this is general fund dollars. So we can move money around in the general fund. Or in a worst case scenario, if you want to tap into reserves, you can do that. But otherwise, like I said, we got about $50,000 left in the streets paving budget for this fiscal year.
Mr. Sherman?
Yeah, being real familiar with Oak Place, that is, I understand what Commissioner Bellhumer had mentioned, but there's some difficulties there. There are some residents that built newer construction. Actually, I think the city manager and I kind of briefly discussed this when we met this week. And there's some newer construction that was built on the 1800 block that they have ingress and egress access to that street. And, the neighbors there, every home on that street on Oak Place does not have any other, that's their only sole purpose or sole way out of, onto, South 19th there. So, with that being said, if, city manager kind of alluded to it, I'm just one vote up here, but if we could get this, do a budget amendment and, tap into reserves to potentially address this issue this year, I think it's worth addressing. I mean, they've had well-documented long history of just a multitude of issues, long before even my time up here on this board, and I'd like to go ahead and, try to address this issue this year if at all possible. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Since you're on that subject, I'm of the same mindset. And our roads and streets, just, like stormwater, has been behind, so I would be 100% fine with pulling from reserve and making that step forward. Since we are on that subject, how does the rest of the board feel about that? Do we have a... Mr. Santori?
I mean, the alternative is if we wanted to put it in the budget, I don't know what the time frame would be, but we still have, about 40K left in the roads and streets, you said?
Correct. That was dependent. That's just subtracting the total budget amount of 287 from the 230 that we use for repaving South Central.
So do we take some of that and scrape what was put there, put some shell down that's temporary until we want to put this into the budget? That would be I'm okay with your path, but just wanted to offer an alternative.
If you were to ask me, I would say, do it now, do it right, versus. Commissioner Cunningham? You good with
Oak
that?
Lane, segment 1, is that right?
I'm sorry?
Is segment 1 Oak Lane?
Yeah,
North of 19th?
Absolutely.
724 foot for 225,000. Yeah, we need to do that.
Okay, so we had consensus on that. So, and, all right. So we gotta go back to discussion on design template, public comments closed. Do we have a motion and a second on that?
We do.
There was?
No.
Yeah, and, okay.
I can make a motion.
Whoever wants to.
I'll make a motion that we approve Resolution 2026-30.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Penny, if you can call the roll.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Yes, only for sole entries.
Commissioner Santori?
Yes to motion.
Commissioner Spradley?
Yes to the motion.
Chair Cooley?
Yes, the motion. Motion passes unanimous. All right, we'll go to item G, and this is discussion on charter amendment proposal, an ordinance to reinforce deed restrictions on the golf course property, that any termination or amendment of deed restriction be approved by unanimous vote by City Commission. Is this yours, Drew?
It is, but it's not for title reading because it's not actually here for reading. It's just for you to see the language and discuss it, see if there are any questions on it. Start talking about timing although I know you're all aware that they have extended, or I don't know if you've received it yet, but the intent of the purchaser is to extend the due diligence period. They have 3 possible 1-month extensions, and if they do, this will be their first. So until we are set for closing, I would say do not pass an ordinance based on that contract, but this is what the language currently looks like.
All right, discussion on the language. Mr. Santori.
Yes, so just a couple small things. So section 6.02 says supermajority, while the rest of it says unanimous.
Yeah, that should be unanimous there.
Okay. Section 5 is missing. And
What do you mean section 5 is missing?
I didn't see section 5 in there.
Oh, in the ordinance sections. Okay, thank you.
And just for the public's knowledge, that we talked about, the golf course has another 30-day extension and has 2 more after that. That there is the reverter clause in there. That means that if the course ceases to be used as a golf course, it reverts back to the city. But that clause is only binding for 21 years. After that, though, it would be enforceable by other means. Correct?
The deed restriction?
Mm-hmm.
Deed restriction remains enforceable. That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Look for a motion.
No motion needed.
No motion needed?
Discussion. As far as timing, Penny, just so there's a sense of when we'd be shooting for, do you have an election that you think would be timed appropriately towards I know you had an idea, or you had suggestions at the last meeting.
I don't think I got that back from her yet.
Okay.
It would be, and I did it one time for another item, but I forgot, but it would be for the November 3rd, and usually you have to have that, so.
Probably by September at the latest would be my guess if it's November.
I think I might have that timeline for other issues we've been talking about for ballot issues, so I can look that up.
But in any event, even if they were to use all three extensions, that still gives us time to get to November, and that was really kind of what I wanted to think through. So that's what I needed, Chair.
All right. So we're good with that. We'll move on to public hearings, ordinance 2026-04. Drew?
Ordinance 2026-04, Ocean Palms Golf Course rezoning, and ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, amending the official zoning map designation for approximately 2.943 acres of certain real property, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. And just for background, this is second reading. This is the ordinance rezoning that property from the donut hole at the golf course, from the medium density residential to recreation.
All right, city planner.
Yes, this is a small-scale zoning amendment, like the attorney said, from medium density residential to recreation. It is plus or minus 2.94 acres, and I did check with the property appraiser, and the total golf course is 34 acres, just shy of 34 acres. So I'm not sure if that was a typo or if I got that from a concept plan. The request to amend the zoning from medium density residential to recreation aligns with the city's vision. Also, it's consistent with the city's comp plan and the land development code. And it's the second reading. Staff recommends approval. Thanks.
All right, discussion. Commissioner Santori, I'm going to call you even if you don't have it.
One of these times I'll just say pass. So I discussed it with Mr. Martin, but I assume that there's going to be an upcoming form amendment.
Yes, there is. This was time sensitive, and so we hurried. The correct procedure would have been to do the flume first and then zoning. And the only reason it's okay is because recreation is allowed anywhere. So, in any flume.
And my only other comment is there's several discrepancies in here, and I realize this isn't the site plan. But when I seen this, it raised a lot of concern with me, and I also had residents reach out to me, and it takes much more of my time to go through it. So I would prefer, if possible, we could have more polished items come before us. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I understand, and I did request for the 2 weeks everybody else gets. But this was time sensitive, so I apologize for the sloppy work.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Look for a motion.
Make a motion that we approve ordinance 2026-04.
I'll second.
All right, a motion and a second. I'll open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. And Penny, if you call the roll, please.
Commissioner Cunningham,
Yes.
Commissioner Santori,
Yes to motion.
Commissioner Spradley,
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Sherman.
Yes.
Chair Cooley.
Yes, the motion. Motion passes unanimous. All right. Staff report, City Attorney.
Just that in the code enforcement lien foreclosure, I've forgotten the address now, but in the code enforcement lien foreclosure, no answer was filed. The publication service period ended. We have filed for a motion for clerk's default. We're just waiting for the clerk to enter that default. Once the clerk's default is entered, we can move for judicial default. That will be a hearing in front of the judge, assuming everything goes to plan there. There will probably, by the next time I see you, or 2 meetings from now at least, I would expect to have a sale date at least scheduled.
That's it?
That is it.
All right. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Although you are notified by email, I'd like to at least announce publicly that the city has received Mr. McFadden's retirement letter. So I'd like to publicly thank him for his nearly 15 years of service to this community. I think he was here leading the building department through some of the most challenging or expansive times of the city. And I think he's going to leave the place in a better situation than it was when he got here. So staff is continuing to move forward with finding a replacement for Mr. McFadden. You going to talk community dinner, Mayor? You want? So the tickets for the community dinner remain on sale, although the cutoff date is March 31st. I think we're up somewhere around 60 to 70 or so tickets that have been sold. The Parks Committee will be helping. We've secured the assistance of the Honor Society students again. So it's all ready to go. Yep, and we are going to start the auction for some of our centennial banners. We've reviewed them. We have, I think we're going to auction off, and it'll be a silent auction. The large banners are going to start at $100 each, and the small banners, which are like their Christmas-sized banners. The large banners were the ones that were on the bridge. Small ones were the ones around town. Those will start at $50, and we have one complete set of pristine small banners that the silent auction will start at $250 for those. And the only way you can bid on them is you have to come to the community dinner. We do have more banners that we will eventually find events in which to conduct similar auctions, but we hope this will attract more attention. So if you want to have a chance to bid on one of the initial centennial banners, please buy your ticket. Tickets are available through Eventbrite or through the city's website. So I think that's all that I have for this evening.
All right, thank you. Mr. Blanchett.
Thank you.
The #1 safety guy.
That's me. I just want to provide you all an update on spring break this year. We changed the way we did business, and the juice was certainly worth the squeeze. For the 10-day period, we had a very successful spring break. 103 calls for services were answered, 2 felonies, 2 misdemeanor arrests. 111 citations were issued. That includes the parking citation for the 10 days. We had 77 warnings issued and 113 traffic stops throughout the 10 days. One of the arrests that we made was an e-bike arrest, and I'm glad I have an opportunity to speak publicly about this because I have received many phone calls about our potential ordinance that's coming up. And just for clarification, if you are riding your state legal e-bike in a safe and prudent manner, we're not even going to look at you. However, in this young fella's case, if you are doing wheelies down the sidewalk in front of businesses during prime business time, and then doing wheelies in the opposing lanes of A1A, and then doing wheelies through 4-way intersections that are occupied, after having received 2 warnings on previous dates, is time. It's time. So this kid's father is not quite happy with me because we put pen to paper. We did arrest him and put him in the process. And according to Dad, all we are doing is picking on his son. So we are dealing with that on our side. So again, if you want our attention, you'll get it. The other thing I want to mention is the fraud class. We had our fraud class on Saturday. It was well attended. 30 residents came out, and it was an hour long, and it ended up with another 45 minutes of questions and answers afterwards. I had myself, a lieutenant, my detective, and an officer there to assist, and it was very well received. They're asking us to put on another one, which we will. We're looking to do this same place. It was a great venue for us. It can hold a lot of people. We're looking to do this probably another month, month and a half. I want some distance so we can do some more advertising and get some more people. And it's ironic because the next day, my father called me in a panic, and he was about to get taken. And thank God he called me, otherwise he's going to be on $9,000. So this message certainly needs to get out. It is important. And the more citizens we can educate, the safer they're going to be. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Penny?
So Mayor King announced to you at your organizational meeting that she was no longer able to attend the Flagler County Cultural Council meeting, and I hadn't had it on your list, so I've added it to your list. They meet the third Friday of each month at 11 a.m., and we're looking for a volunteer to fill that hole.
Who do we got? Third Friday at 11?
A.m.
Right in the middle of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Ex officio, and there's really, you don't vote. It's more of a informational.
What's the location?
Oh, yeah, third floor, next to, right by the
Airport.
Flagler County Airport.
I'll know.
Mr. Spradley's in.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Best paying job he took. All right, Mayor.
Hi, quiet week. Dale covered the community event April 18th. Tickets finish March 31st. I issued Tuesday this week a proclamation on Water Conservation Month to our water treatment gentlemen. Great team of guys. If you get a chance and you've never gone over there, go check it out and take the tour. It's amazing the work they do for our city. So that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Santori.
I just want to say thanks to the commission and to staff for listening to my repeated requests and emails and making time to meet with me. Not the commission, though, because it's Sunshine Law. I went to the TPO meeting, and I can't recall off the top of my head, but there was something submitted at the last minute, and she informed me that it may not be funded. So I'll get more details on that. And then I went to the Florida Scenic Highway meeting. Mr. Belhemer was there too, and I just popped my head in for a couple hours just to meet everyone and say hello, and look forward to meeting with them more. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just a little bit of housekeeping. Chief, Mr. Blanchett, can you guys just slide over there into the other room? Yeah, Mr. Spradley.
Thank you. I was in St. Petersburg from Florida, by the way. It could have been the other, given my wife. Anyway, it was in Florida, St. Petersburg, for 4 days at the end of last week, in the weekend. And I spent a lot of time checking out the new pier. It's now several years old, but I've got some photos that I'm going to circulate of some items on the pier, the new St. Petersburg pier, that I think are at least worth looking at, having to do with trash dispensers and some heavy duty but yet accessible. Same is true with bike racks, which may look nice. They also had some very nice air pumps that are permanently placed right next to the bike rack. So just some ideas I will circulate around. And that's all I have today. Thanks.
Mr. Sherman?
Yeah, I just needed to get some clarification. I know we were talking about the golf course earlier. Drew, do you know, and I meant to call you this week about this, do you know, I know when we were in the proceedings and the negotiations with the golf course that April was the start of growing season, and I wasn't sure where we stood with, where that falls within the contract, and I know there's been a brief extension put in there, and just trying to get all those moving parts, because I was pretty certain that, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I thought it was this April that growing season was supposed to start, and here we are now, March 26th, and he was given a 30-day extension. So how do we work that out to
That was
ensure?
the plan that was presented, and I reached out to the attorney earlier this week to ask those questions and see what
Okay.
their plan was, and I have not had a call back yet, but I'll continue to follow up on it.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I have this evening.
But I see that owner, time to time in my business, and, we had a conversation kind of along those lines. So the growing season, the very start of it is April.
Okay.
And, and I don't know how long you have, but it's multiple months. And, I just in surface small talk, is everything good, on track, how's life? And, as far as making the improvements, having it all done, all that, according to them, at that time was all still right on track, for what it's worth. Mr. Cunningham.
I don't have anything.
All right, and I don't have
I
anything.
go watch my dad pass away, unfortunately.
Yeah, super sorry to hear that. And I don't have anything. We'll open this up public comments. And all the stragglers, y'all know the drill. Mr. Bellinger.
Rick Bellinger, Flagler Beach. Yeah, I went to the Scenic Highway annual meeting yesterday and ran across Secretary Tyler. And personally thanked him on the city's behalf for his commitment to protecting A1A. He did exactly what he said he would do very soon after he became District 5 Secretary and stood here at this podium and promised to the commission that he was committed to doing, to protecting the road. And without FDOT's help, we wouldn't have a seawall down the south side, we wouldn't have beach renourishment to the degree that we did, and so on. So I just wanted to share that I made that thank you on behalf of the city. Secondly, when you approved that the Miami curbs, you're getting 9 newly paved alley aprons for $5,000 a piece, torn up. Just letting you know. The city manager said something about that he was glad that I was here because I'm the one that kind of kicked off trying to protect the water from going in these alleys because of what I was confronted with 2 of my properties. Both of which have sliding glass doors in the back of the properties. One is my 1-bedroom apartment complex, and the water comes down the Laurel Street, hits the alley, goes down the alley a little bit, and then heads west, runs into my building, floods 3 of my 4 apartments, and then heads back north again to go back onto the road. So it literally made and I have videos to show it, and city manager's seen those videos, and city engineer's seen those videos, and I was promised that something would be done to divert that water. It's not fair to the people that live in that house, in those apartments, that they get flooded for no reason. So I hope that somehow the promise made to me to deal with that gets followed up on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else for public comment?
Rich Phelan, 255 Ocean Palm Drive.
last time you hear from me tonight, I promise. It was a joke, I'm sorry. The city planner came up and said, agreed that she had made a mistake on the acreage of the main golf course, and then her excuse was she only had 2 weeks to do it. I'm sorry, I don't accept that. She had over a year to make that correction. But that's not the real reason I came up. Someone put a bug in my ear, which I never thought of, and I'm not sure if you guys ever thought of too, and I'm sure maybe you have an answer. I'm just curious. So tonight you approved to change the deed of the driving range so that it's no longer medium density. It's going to be golf course only, which is great. I appreciate that. Thank you. But now the current plan is for Jeff Ryan to put a 30,000 square foot building there, the clubhouse, and that building is going to require parking. There is not enough room on that lot, because we're talking two separate lots. There's not enough room on that lot to put parking. So they put the parking on a different lot. That's not code compliant, and I didn't know if you guys had an answer for that. That was my only question. Thank you.
All right, anyone else public comment?
It's right, Oak Place. I was going to say earlier that maybe a lot of people aren't aware, but at one time we were promised, we were shown, it was put into the codes that there would be no ingress and egress off of Oak Place anymore for people to use the back for getting into their property and out. That their interest was to be on Flagler because that road is so narrow anyway, and that was just absolutely rubber stamped and totally ignored. I've been to the building department before. I've mentioned that I have a view of a giant metal garage that looks like it belongs in an office park or something. That is our street. And my argument to that at that time, not that it's going anywhere tonight, was that you would not allow someone to put that metal garage in their front yard on Central or Daytona, and then the next house built, and now they have 2 boats, 4 cars, and a golf cart, and that's all parked there. It looks like a parking lot. It goes on and on. But anyway, that was part of the code. We were promised it wasn't going to happen, and it did happen, and it was rubber stamped, and every time it was rubber stamped, we brought it to the attention of the building department, and that paper got filled out, and the complaint was registered, and I'm sure it went straight into that round file. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Tony Raimondo, and I had previously identified myself as an aspiring Flagler Beach resident, which remains true. I hoped that you would indulge me with a very quick walk down memory lane with a purpose, and that is my family's contact situation with Flagler Beach was my father during the Second World War. He would tell me these crazy stories about sleeping on the beach and sleeping behind the old hotel when he and his Navy buddies would come home. And he would share those stories with me as a young boy, and I remember it because Flagler Beach, for whatever reason, was the only place I could have ice cream on my waffles. Later on in high school, you would find me out in the waves in the 80s, and that was a weird time to be in Flagler Beach. I got to watch the 2 preeminent female surfers in the world battle for world dominance, Frida Zamba and Isabel McLaughlin, who was my biology teacher. And it's natural that when I left the Marine Corps, I would want to come back here and start my law enforcement career, which I did. Not here in Flagler Beach, but across the bridge. And it's important because when the chief's job in Flagler Beach came open, I had to throw my name back in the hat. And the primary reason I'm standing here tonight is to offer a commendation to Chief Blanchette specifically. I got to tell you that when I just made this decision to go back into a chief's office, the first person I called wasn't my wife. It was actually Lance, and he was professional, he was helpful, he was transparent, and I got to say personally in front of the commission and the city manager, thank you for the friendship that you offered me in that process, and I wish you good luck. As we near the finish line, the process is what it is. But I've got to tell you that you have reignited my passion for Flagler Beach. You're stuck with me now. You're going to see me in the meetings. I don't know how I'm going to afford the salmon habit my wife has developed at Barn Hills, but she's clearly hooked too. And I think that you should be proud of what you've done here. You've responsibly managed growth while preserving a very unique community in Florida. So congratulations for doing that. Commissioner Cunningham, I'm sorry for your loss. It's a road that we all walk, and it doesn't make it any easier. Condolences.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? All right, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. City Attorney, the golf course parking lot.
It would be an issue that comes through site plan. That's an issue that we dealt with at site plan. But just for understanding, when you have unified ownership of multiple lots, if you do a unified development across those, you do a lot binding agreement. Is how you deal with that problem. So that you actually can, but you can. Sometimes you will see infill development. You'll see multiple 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lots combined, so that you can have a unified development. That's what you'd have to do here to combine those lots. The alternative is replatting, and that's not worth it.
And as far as where we are at in the process, or the person buying it, how does that process look?
What do you mean? Site plan?
No, doing
that would be something that is handled at site plan. That's my point. Is that would be resolved at site plan through a lot binding, or not through a lot binding agreement, but through a lot binding agreement with the city, which you'd bind those lots in site plan.
Okay, got it. And the other thing that was brought up was about ingress egress on Oak Place. I don't know much about that. Mr. Sherman.
Yeah, I can speak to it. Maybe Penny might be able to speak to this a little bit too. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I know that there was a record. Wasn't when Larry Torino was still with us that we were able. There was some sort of document, and I know there was about a month or two ago you did provide that. There was an email chain out there that I believe that you had provided that document to the building department and the new, or not new, but our current city planner, if I'm not mistaken. Correct?
I did, and on a couple of the properties, someone had went in, and I'm assuming it was under the direction of former planner Torino, to say on some of those vacant properties that there should be no ingress and egress through Oak Place. And I said, yes, he wrote that, but it's not rule, it's not law. And I also said, I was writing back Mrs. Street's husband at the time, I'm like, you know, I like your passion for this here, but I can't imagine me telling you that you couldn't have ingress and egress to your own property. He would lose his mind. So I don't see how that can be input on another they have property rights. I don't know what to say, but I just don't know how that can be upheld.
Are we talking existing development or new development? Are we talking?
There's two, yeah.
But they're not built yet.
No, but they're surveyed, right?
Some that are, yeah, there's.
What we'd be talking about would be future ingress, egress, not existing though, correct?
That's right.
Correct.
Is there other sufficient access?
Yes.
Southfly.
But the complaint is the same one she mentioned tonight, is where they have all the cars and the golf carts and the garages, but they're existing, they're already built. You can't.
As long as there's still sufficient access, there's not a takings issue if you say no ingress, egress.
Right. And I told them at the time in the same email, you know, if someone's blocking the alley, call the police.
I mean, the city could limit future development access that would, as long as there's sufficient access elsewhere. So it doesn't create a takings problem to do that.
Yeah, there's two future lots that have been surveyed. There's survey sticks out there. So I think that's maybe what caused, you know, this recent outreach. And it's on South Flagler on the 1800 block, and they would have, you know, sufficient access to their property via South Flagler.
So if that's something the commission wants to accomplish, that's an amendment to your land development, a targeted amendment to your land development regulations for that road. But if that's something you want to do, that's something that should be done sooner rather than later before those lots seek development rights.
So we would be looking at, I mean, just a basic consensus, staff look at it. City manager, you okay with that?
I'm sure it would have to go through the traditional land, go to power board recommendations.
It would be an ordinance. I mean, it would be an ordinance, but what you can, but the what it is that wants to be accomplished, I think, is where the staff input comes in. Is how do you accomplish that, and where is the alternative access? Making sure that the i's are dotted and the t's are crossed. Because it's easy enough for me to draft an ordinance that says no future access on Oak Place from new development. But to make sure that works and accomplishes without creating other problems, that's where probably there is some need for review.
So are y'all okay with just having a consensus on directing city staff to look at this?
Yes.
Yeah, we can't really give any direction past that because we don't know what it looks like, right? But since it's per the city attorney, this is a sooner and later thing, right? You got a consensus, city staff look at that. All right, that answers all the questions, and with that, I'll look for motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, we're adjourned.
No,